elimination feed. Slightly different tempo though for Marius, Vanya, and Pixie. Just content, farm things out a little bit at OXR headquarters. Spot King.
Pixie, voilà les gars, allez avec. On va regarder mes la kill feed. Oui, il n'y a pas un truc pour mettre plus loin. Nice les gars. Attends les gars, je me mets tranquillement. Ah.
It's almost no loss because they were able to pick up a huge elimination. It's Hvk getting a knock onto Nam, but we're gonna jump on board Cooper, Reed, and Curly. They were the ones kind of admitting, hey, for us to get Storm Surge, for us to get that damage.
Ah les gars, ce qui est pratique sur cette map. Alors il y a qui? Oui, Hvk-nytrox, super.
And that's something a team like this feeling confident once they get it.
Talca and Arc still trying to fight things out here. Big knock onto Uppo, but Focus from overhead. He's gonna bring down Salco. It's all down to Focus versus
Focus.
Focus definitely having.
Il va se faire zigouiller, je pense.
Currently, but he's gonna go for the full finish here onto Salco. That siphon immediately extending his leverage.
Les gars, on regarde si on est en stream, bien sûr.
Trying to see if he can replenish just a little bit of his shields to boot, but Art, he's got to make a decision. He's got to make it quick. He's trying to see if he can get this right angle peek. Instead, stuck underneath these pre-existing builds. Focus going to create a little bit of space here. Focus off the right finish, trying to get the overhead approach, and Art, he's still
les gars, je vais me mettre mieux. Attends, vous voyez, au pire. Sinon, je mets là. En fait, j'ai mon gros bonhomme là. C'est bon. Là, on est bien. Voilà.
Very, very unfortunate circumstances for Arc. He ran out of white heals, no bandages, no medkits, those slurp juices. He had to be aggressive, but that played directly into Focus's hands, and he capitalized on it perfectly. Even though they're out of zone, I expect their full trio to be back into this game rather shortly. The fourth zone, still relatively early on in this game, but 6 eliminations for Halad, FKS, and Hero. Seeing how they're picking up some of those eliminations. It's Walks, he gets caught slipping, clothesline, shut down rather easy. Hvk as well, no knock on the Hvk, which means they're out of this game.
We knew it was going to be difficult though for Hvk's team to have a recovery point. They got so locked down at Outpost Enclave, but this is wicked work by Pablo, Chino, and Ferdoxy, just slowly making the Ferdoxy crouch approach. He's been notorious for this method over the course of this past year, and now currently it could be the surprise that Peterbot does not want to have to deal with, or Gold and Ritual. But Pablo, Chino, Ferdoxy, the patience, the discipline, they know exactly when they want to strike. They could possibly even be looking to try and tackle a couple other teams nearby.
Yeah, just kind of double options, wait for zone. But if somebody kind of gets a little bit too ahead of themselves, that could be an opportunity as Peterbot shutting down, resigns, and again, no knock. So the #1 team from OCE is out of the lobby in game number 2 as Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual looks to ramp things up.
Bon les gars, maintenant moi je vais aller sur live de Z.
Story the entire year, and this is something I love the underdog story, and everybody, so many people were putting this team in the top 10, maybe even some inside of the top 5. Yesterday we were watching their games. They were kind of having fun with some sky bases, but now is the time to really put it all to the test. Zone favoring their side of the map. They just had to travel up a little bit towards the north, but now they got a position ahead of everybody team towards the south. This is a good chance for them to start to accumulate surge.
Their low ground fragging potential has been what's really struck them into the spotlight from EU, but you can't help but think about the fact that even in that first lobby, I know Sven has been cooking up some strats with his Polish boys, because we saw Big Storm and Demas attempting to maintain height at one point. Curious if they tried to do that same sort of mentality in the secondary lobby. Height was definitely a little bit scrappy last game, but King, Phaser, and OPX in a little bit of trouble here, but they know Focus is in even more trouble. They want to see if they can maybe isolate that solo, keep him pinpointed, keep him away from their position. PHN is going to need a bailout soon, though.
Yeah, and this is a scary situation for the entire trio, for that matter. Finally, they find some heals, but I was just thinking 177 above the damage threshold. It is above the damage threshold, but it is not a ton. things can change rather quickly, especially you see Merstash, you see Swizzy, Queasy on the other side of the mountain in the zone, pushing further and further towards the northeast. And this is where in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh my gosh, on that side of the map, Taco, there's mountain ranges, there's dips, there's dives, there's so many different things in terms of elevation. Teams better be prepared.
And look, game one definitely did not pan out the way that Acorn, Pollo, and Agers would have normally anticipated, or anybody honestly in this audience would have expected them to do. But with so much surge damage already online, Jacob, this dead side rotate is absolutely perfect. They don't have to worry about encountering any of the clusters that might be starting to build on the edge of zone. The real thing that they're going to have to be very, very cautious of is just not getting beamed from the sky.
Yeah, they're going to be rotating to a lot of teams for that matter. So that's why they're trying to use that new upgraded launch pad. You mix in the Flowberry Fizz, and you tend to kind of get out of render distance for some teams, and you kind of get a free rotation in. It all depends on who's kind of looking up at a moment. Now we're seeing a peak with Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts of what that southern side of the zone actually looks like. This is what Agers, Acorn, and Pollo are actually rotating into. So for Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, they already won game number 1, 9 eliminations. For them, I think it's kind of like slow and steady wins the race. They're not going to get greedy for eliminations. They're going to let them naturally present themselves throughout the course of this game.
Love to see some of these elevation shifts, though. It really challenges some of these IGLs finding the most optimal path for their teammates. Swizzy, Queasy, Merstag, not going to get too tagged up here by Iamzo, Higgs, and Clicks. A bit of a missed opportunity. Victor,
mais non, là, je regarde l'avant-chip, là.
Iamzo, the future, trying to see if he can pop off here, but it's going to be tough. They don't want to forfeit their position right now, Jacob, to try and key against Victor B, Epic, and Paper. They're just going to let them continue to tunnel through towards that side of the mountain base. Cassie and Aspic, though, stuck. Prodoxy, Pablo, Gino. They're not going to let these guys go.
Oh, they got the exotic Slapberry Fizz. They got Slurp Juices. They got Splashes. I know you start to think a little scared, like how much do they have to stay this deep in the zone? It is going to be a 2-tick, but they have more than enough and 2 potential eliminations, which will grant them Siphon, so that way they can save those heals even more. As Prodoxy's doing his lurk. Patented lurk here coming out up above. Chino's not going to need the help that he thought he did. They're going to clean up those eliminations. They have 11 eliminations. What are we witnessing out of Prodoxy, Pablo, and Chino?
They're making up for lost time. That last lobby, they had 0 placement points from being wiped off spawn, but 44 elimination points is absurd, Jacob. And they're not looking to slow down anytime soon. What I'm worried about for them right now is they are taking a lot of storm damage. Storm sickness could definitely pose a problem for them later on, but we'll just have to see how they continue to move through this lobby. Meanwhile, Peter, Ritual, a little bit stuck. We're so used, everybody is used to seeing Peter, Ritual, and Cole be super stacked from those divisional cups, but here in the global stage, they just haven't found a home.
Honestly, quite shocking. We tune into Mr. Savage, Reason, no chap in sight. Getting eliminated early, but I'm a glass half full type of guy. You see them center zone, so as long as they have enough Storm Surge, they're not going to have to worry about rotating from point A to point B like most of these teams. And then you can see the whole stack side, the eastern side of the zone, that has the elevation. So now it's kind of like a mind game for some of these players. Do I give up my little bit of high ground to rotate a little bit more center, where there's less and less pressure from some of these teams, or do I stay and hope for the best that the zone cuts back to the northeast?
Queasy already scouting out exactly where he wants to go next, with Cooper and Curly holding down the high ground, though. Peterbot, Ritual, Cole, they're a little bit stuck here. They can't break through. Instead, they're gonna have to deal with Prodoxy pulling up directly behind them, and they just don't have that much material. They've got a completely stacked trio in comparison, loadout-wise, and Prodoxy recognizes just how in tatters Peterbot's team actually is. That could be a very dicey situation. Instead, focus now from Chino, Pablo, and Prodoxy going to be applied directly towards Epic, Whale, and Paper, trying to make a slightly lower rotational approach, but Chino and Pablo, they are completely smothering Paper and Epic.
Yeah, just kind of forced them out of the zone. And it's not a ton of damage each and every second, but that definitely adds up. Look at Paper, HP absolutely diminished in the blink of an eye because of that rotation. but it might have been worth it. It pulls towards their south with a lot of these teams, but Hvk knows they're trying to put down pressure. 10 HP, barely surviving. There's a second too quick beacon. That's Ritual. That's Cold and Peterbot. One's gonna go down. Cold's gonna fall as well. Ritual by himself yet again. He's able to get the knock on the Pablo, but there is no chance of him getting the elimination.
Ritual's gonna opt for the trade of revives. He loses Cold entirely, and he's not able to actually stick it to Peterbot. Peterbot's gonna be left behind. Ritual gonna be forced to play it out as a solo now. Chino, Pablo, and Hvk, they might even look to hunt him later on. They know he's somewhere tangled up in this lower layer, but still, they are just so heavily looted up, Jacob. The world is their oyster right now.
From 11 to 13, big numbers in game 2. Agers Pollo trying to do the same thing, but they just run into speed bump after speed bump. Bolts gets the elimination. Active Storm Surge on to Agers. He does have some heals, but he needs to start figuring out where he's going to get the damage from as a solo. You see in the numbers just kind of tip and top, up and down, 30 to 20. He's trying to figure it out, but every 7 seconds, 25 damage. He lands just a chip shot, but it's enough to get above the damage threshold. But as soon as he starts to try to rotate in, High Ground just focuses him and beams him down to 58 HP.
Exactly what you'd expect to see from Hype, but Agers still found this little pocket, this little bubble, a breathing room, that is, until the surge damage starts to tick away at his life again. Agers just trying to see if he could come up with anything. Sure, they managed to dip a little bit into the placement points, but it's just not enough. They've got to go on a massive recovery tour for game 3. Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache, though, they've already found their spot in this lobby, and it's straight towards Hype.
Queasy has one motto: take height, don't get eliminated. And obviously in the first game, they gave it up because they didn't want to go down. This time is their chance. 400 plus damage above the threshold, and it's continuously counting upward, and they pull the zone. That is the biggest difference from game 1 to game 2. They now have the front side, and they have full control. And Hvk trying to fly his way in. He instantly gets knocked down. And now it's up to Pablo, Chino, and they're not immediately trying to drop down low. They're trying to assess the situation and figure out if they can take it.
Chino's been on fire. Pablo, still 3 eliminations too, but 11 elims despite losing Hvk. This is still a classic scenario for Pablo and Chino. They might still be able to make it work. They're trying to see if they can figure out, maybe take away a little bit of an advantage play, because these teams are looking for free edits in the mid-ground and even in the lower layers, but they're not going to allow it. Mustache, Swizzy, and Queasy are the real threat right now, though. They just continue to apply steady pressure to those mid layers. It's a big part of the reason why these teams are just getting so picked apart in between.
And you're seeing, as soon as they made it inside of the zone, they reconnected, making it that much harder for anybody to take them down. Marius, he's now trying to move up. 10 damage above the threshold. At least they're in front of the curve. Quickly looking towards the right. Curly, Cooper, and Reed. That was their momentary target, but they realized they have to stay ahead of the zone. They cannot get too greedy and fall behind.
But nobody can come close to Queasy and Mustache. They're just still overtaking the high ground. King, big time, though. Pink's eliminated. PH Sin soon to follow, though. If he's not careful, he's going to be forced to pull back here. But King and PH Sin hit by hip. Lowberry Fizz punishing as much shield as they possibly can, because they have to keep moving forward, playing back of zone, because they have no materials. They're going to be forced to drop another layer. Height's not going to allow them to press forward any longer, and they might just drop directly into Epic Whale's hands.
We're seeing a lot of the damage again. Higgs
cleans
that one up. Queasy gets the knock onto Iyamzo. They're making sure that they make it count, that they got high ground in this game. 5 eliminations, and once again, they're connecting it. They're reinforcing. They're making sure nobody has a chance to contest them on the high ground.
Everybody underneath them is just a victim at this point, Jacob. Marius, Vanya, and Pixie seemingly undiscovered for the time being, though. Kanata in a little spot of trouble here. Just saw him take a massive chunk of his shield. Pixie now looking to play the medkit from the back to zone. Swizzy, though, shutting down Vanya the moment that he tries to push forward. And Mustache directly assisting here. Bolt stuck here, rocking a hard place, and Marius going to be knocked. Marius eliminated, essentially. There's no way his teammates are going to be able to get to him.
Yeah, and you're also seeing Kanata fall, rapid, down. Not sure about both. Things are going sideways very quickly, and it gets even more worse because Zone is pulling over that mountain. If you didn't prepare for it, it's going to be lights out, but Swizzy trying to stop the Surf Juice. He's going to be be the first one that does go down from Mustache Queasy. That's a huge signal. That's a huge sign. They're trying to get away from this catalyst on the low ground.
But Queasy and Mustache are the only ones that made it to the mountaintop, and Queasy, it is just raining down from above. Queasy continuing to find those eliminations. Pump gonna be dropped. It's only Hvk and Nytro, and Panther's been eliminated too. Queasy and Mustache away with it. No one left to challenge them. Kings of the mountain.
If you were to ask anybody, who do you think is going to win? M8 is all what the crowd wants to see. And now 2 of their favorite players in the world just picked up a Game 2 victory royale. Just lighting up the arena as we speak, and you're seeing the looks on their face. Now I want to know what they're thinking. Frankie, let us know.
Mustache, you have made the Gentlemates more happy than they have ever been here in Lyon. What's it like to take the second victory royale here?
I mean, it's nice, feeling nice. I want to win more games, we're going to win more games, and they're going to scream more louder with every game.
I think they will. Queasy, it felt like in game 1, you tried to take the high ground maybe a bit too early. You couldn't hold it. This time round, there were no mistakes. How did you make sure the plan went flawlessly?
I mean, it's never too early. Like, even first game, if we got some lucky pulls, we could have had it. 4 pulls we had. And then they pulled over the water and was kind of unlucky we couldn't get it. But game 2, we got some favors in our way, and that's it.
You don't need luck to win this, Queasy.
Cette fois, ils n'ont pas laissé passer l'occasion. Il a dit cette fois, ils l'ont pris cette hauteur et ils sont allés au bout. What's the plan now for the next games?
Keep going high and playing our game, that's it.
Le plan de jeu il est clair, on va jouer la hauteur à toutes les parties et on va aller chercher d'autres victoires. Big shout out, bravo to Queasy, Mustache and Sweezy!
Now, Mustache, earlier on we did practice the Gentlemates chant. Do you want to give it one more go?
Yeah. Are you ready, guys? Gentle! Gentle!
Very good. Very, very good indeed. One more time though. Gentle, gentle, gentle! We're going to hear so much more from these crowds and these players after this short break. Do not go anywhere.
Fin du live, ils vont faire les annonces de l'année prochaine. Est-ce que l'année prochaine, ce sera un trio? Est-ce que ce sera de la duo officiellement? On le saura demain soir.
Mais là, demain, ils annoncent, ils veulent choquer tout le monde, ils ont de la squad.
T'imagines
La squad.
Bon, on sait où c'est le classement?
Allez, ouais, on est parti pour le classement.
Si Mertage et Sweezy qui s'imposent avec cette première place, 169 points. Évidemment, ils ont fait top 1, ils ont 15 000 au compteur. Dans le Canada qui est deuxième, qui est quand même une bonne deuxième, mais ils ont un average de score de 3. C'est quand même exceptionnel. Tyson Chico H. qui malgré leur retour au show, troisième. Avec Charlie, 69 points, ça remonte un petit peu, c'est bien ça. On a Pixie qui est top 7, Pixie qui est top 18, qui est normalement un petit peu derrière étant donné qu'il n'a pas pu aller bien dans cette game. On va voir jusque là, sur la 60 page. Et il fait des kills, ça va. On a donc les qui restent à peu près la même. Ouais, c'est à peu près les 21 vents, on est 11-23, ça reste correct les amis. Mais on
Les gars, je vais aux toilettes.
sur cette page, il y a quand même 3 gros favoris. Il y a le trio de Hvk, le trio de Poyo et le trio de Peterbot. 23, 24, 27. Ça veut dire que il y a plein de trios au top qui font un mauvais début de tournoi pour le moment. Il y a encore 10 games pour se réveiller, c'est large, mais attention quand même. Et les derniers, tu vois, comme toi, c'est les Australiens et c'est Koyoka aussi, les Japonais. Mais attendez pas forcément dernier non plus, mais pas de top. Intéressant ce qui se passe pour l'instant. On On a fait à peine 17% je crois du tournoi les gars, donc il y a encore beaucoup de choses à voir. C'est tellement précis. Bah en fait, attends, j'ai calculé rapide, je vais dire 20% parce que si c'est 10 games, mais ça fait divisé par 6, donc
Get scared? Do you feel lost? I can smell fear. Been there before, but you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to know.
My, oh my, game number 2 going in the way of Hvk. Mr. High Ground himself, Swizzy Mustache coming out on top again. I love, my favorite part about Fortnite is when we see these games happen, we get to talk directly with the players. I get to see Swizzy cheesing because they got themselves a victory royale. And I love too, Viv, you know, they sit there and they kind of call out, hey, you know, we had some unlucky pulls game 1, but game number 2, everything went our way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we definitely talked about that already. The interview that you're kind of talking about, right? I love to hear the game plan, right? Hvk should have said it. Hey, you know, what's the game plan? Just keep going, Hvk. Incredible game from them, and you can kind of see the difference in the style of Hvk, right? The control from this trio, you know, versus last game where we saw a less experienced team up on the higher ground kind of lose it very, very easily. It kind of seemed like, nah, Hvk's been up here before. They were well structured. Nobody was going to shoot them out, and I'm not going to lie, Kelly. After they won the game, they were kind of like hands up in the air. They were like, that was easy. Yeah, we watched the game. Nobody even looked up at them.
Well, with Mustache with the revolver shotgun, who wants to look up at them? We saw what happened to Pablo. If you try and go up even close to high ground, they're just going to shoot you out. And this trio, we talked about at the start of the show, they have their head on a swivel. They are so aware of what they need to be looking at when they have that high ground. They have such good positioning, making sure that they have one player in the front of zone and then 2 players looking behind them when they're on high ground, because we know just how potentially easy it is to steal height, but not when you're Hvk.
I love the kind of like the duality, the dichotomy of games 1 and 2, right? Game 1, you got Kanata come out, just jumping all over his trio mates rather. Game number 2, let me look at Hvk. Ice balled, right? He's like, look, I love that I got this VR, but I have to stay locked in. I cannot falter even for a moment. I love to see that they got this victory royale. So many points racked up. And I thought for like a moment, I was like, okay, we've got height, things looking good. We ain't got eliminations. They said, Zeke, hold on. Look at the points now. Off of a single game, double-digit elims coming out from the trio, and now holding down the #1 spot. Viv, this is looking good. Game number 2, we started to get crazy. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I am a little bit worried, right? The game plan is coming to fruition, and I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit worried as well. 6th place, Pablo, Wingo, Chino, and Hvk. Winning the off spawn in game number 2, of course, going down the first game, getting the opportunity to go ahead and showcase exactly what they can do. And Kelly, this was kind of like, you know, after major number 3, EU, they kind of hit the pause button, right? They showed up on the stage and then they hit the play button again. They were like, listen, we know what the game plan is. Run at people and get the elims.
Oh my gosh, what was it? By zone 3, they had 8 eliminations. It was absolutely crazy watching what they can do when they do win that off-spawn fight. But what I want to see now, though, is them transition that into the perfect end game. And you saw they had the idea. They wanted to potentially go for height. It didn't work out. They dropped down, and then they were still able to carry themselves. And that really is what matters. Not just being able to kind of recover from a failed height steal, but also recover from a failed game 1.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Zeke, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be a little bit of a critic here, right? Levin kind of made a great point when he was just up here. He was like, listen, like, why are you guys kind of looking up at height, right? You would imagine that it was meant to be like an EU team up here. Of course, that wasn't the case in game number 1, but in game number 2, it was. I'm kind of questioning like the decision from Hvk's trio to kind of go up there and steal the high ground, right? Levin kind of talked about it. You kind of expect a great EU team to be on the high ground. You would imagine that Hvk would have thought like, hey, listen, Queasy's probably got the high ground. Why would you just send yourselves kind of right in their firing line and kind of risk that when they had so many builds to work with? They could have just worked the mid ground.
I think they were testing the waters a little bit. It's still just game number 2. There's a lot of potential to possibly see what high ground is going to be like. And in game number 1, high ground was a little bit easier to take. But that was when Queasy was not on high ground. But looking up on the high right now, of course, we have to look at Pablo Ingo, Hvk, and Chino just a little bit more into that game. Look at this. We're in zone 8, and they already have 11 eliminations, sticking to the low ground because that's where all of the players are going to be. That's where everyone drops down when they're getting a little weak, a little low, and that's where they can clean everything up.
Terrifying stuff. Man, you know something else I wanted to call out? Another trio that's performing insanely well in 4th place. And, you know, guys, we actually got to see them a lot in major number 3. It's King, Phaser, PH Sin showing up on a global stage. We already saw them show up in NA in major number 3. They said, all right, this is practice now on a global stage after game number 2, 4th place. They are looking to continue this run. I mean, they are proving to be pretty menacing here on land.
Yeah, I mean, it's super, super impressive. Again, they're a trio alive, right? I kind of talked to Levin about this, is that they do such a good job right now of getting around to like
En attendant la game qui commence, les gars, vous me le dites. Hein. Vous me le dites, vous allez sur stream avec et voilà.
But no, a little bit of a clutch here from King and PH Sin. Incredible stuff, right? Maybe adapting to the lobby, being like, hey, listen, we can't just kind of play this game where it's trio or nothing. Let's play for ourselves a little bit after things start to look a little bad. 4th place right now, so good.
I feel like that really speaks to what they learned from North American Central. That's something that we commonly see. A lot of these duo solo clutches in a trios competition is kind of NA's bread and butter. And so for King to come here, learn a little bit, and also perform very well against the big names at NA, I think that they have brought that in just tenfold for the Globals competition.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd love to, remember, we got to interview him at the start of the show, right? And, you know, in summation, he was basically like, look, I wanted to go to NA, I wanted experience. And to your point, take that experience, and immediately the next step is the hardest competition. And they're like, hey, we went out, we learned, and now look at the fruits of our labor. Like, that is so incredible to see. Guys, this is just the first 2 games of college. This is just the first 2 games. What are we hoping to maybe see in game number 3? So, you know, think about like what, again, the duality, right? Game 1, Tayson's roaming around the map. Game 2, Hvk, you know, are we maybe hoping to see more of this back and forth?
You know what I want to see if we're talking about back and forth, and coming from North America, I'm going to be a little bit biased. I want to see Cole, Peterbot, and Ritual, as well as Hvk-nytrox-rvg.
Mais gros, mais ils sont zénards!
This rivalry that we've been building up for the last year.
Oh là là, ils savent même pas ce que ça veut dire une fin de zone.
We can expect out of those 2 trios much more to come.
Yeah, I mean, kind of strange game from Acorn's trio there. We almost never see that.
Oh non, ils ont la meilleure, gros. Tu fasses quoi?
Instantly, you know, again, we talked about it after game number 1. We were like, hey, listen, like, the plan seemed like it would have worked if they would have just went ahead and third-party the Dystopia City fight. We didn't see them third-party the fight at all this game, right? So maybe instantly kind of veering away from that because it didn't work in game number 1. I don't know where they went on the map, but not feeling confident right now.
Man, dude, I want to keep talking about so much that we saw in the game. So much impact, but you heard.
Mais tu fais quoi? Viens, viens.
Number 3 is here and ready for us. What's going to happen? Let's find out right now.
T'inquiète.
Go. Game number 3 is among us, and so much is going down around the map. It's kind of hard to keep focused. You got the Rangers ruin Osbong fight 1-1. You got the trio contested, or even now a duo contested Dystopia City. You got drop spot roulette being played out as well, and you got Queasy's team and Kanada's team at the top of the leaderboard.
But we just saw Hvk and Tayson on the big screen here in Lyon, and they are going back to back to back with these
con. Oh, vas-y. Ah ouais, mais frère, t'es mort. T'es mort. Oh, mais... Ah merde. Voilà. Nice les gars. Ok, il prend un kill.
He's actually going to be the first one fully eliminated. Gino still holding it down, delaying, buying enough time for Doxy with the separate angle approach. But for Doxy, he's got to finalize on this.
Bah, ils sont baisés en vrai.
And they do. Dame strike yet again here in France. But no, it's been ruined. Scarpa Gabzetta and Wei immediately getting involved.
This is what we were talking about. Maybe 2 games will play out as normal, but things are looking a little shaken up as Gabzetta. They're trying to take advantage of this fight that has gone 1-1. Now it's looking like Doxy is in trouble. Gino, he's the one with the good loadout. He's the one that has to try to figure out a way to make a play as Doxy just trying to loot up, get some materials. They realize even with Pablo going down, they have to start to think about reboot cards. When do we get it back? And they're not the only team. There's another team that's starting to look in this direction. For Gabzetta, Scarpa, and Wei, they got what they came for, and that's position over Rangers Ruin.
The pain right now for Chino and for Doxy is that Chino is just stuck. For Doxy had to create a little bit of space. He had to disengage. He had 0 mats. He knew he could no longer stay involved in this fight. But this is definitely going to put a damper on their overall game strategy because they're just going to have to wait it out. Gabzetta, Wei, and Scarpa, they're also going to reap all the benefits of taking Rangers Ruin for themselves.
See if that one continues to play out. We'll take a close eye on that one. But this one, Dystopia City, where we thought it was a triple contested fight. Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot go back to something they did early on in game 1. They landed towards the outside, but they do not know. Tinka and his entire trio is right above from OC.
Ça m'a démerde, je peux voir.
But a triple contested.
Ok, Coyota.
Reese is the one that's getting good damage on the Hvk, and that's the first stock. Flixie's taking
Attendez les gars, attendez. Parce que là, j'ai une zone morte, ça pue sa mère les gars.
Just putting on the burners right now. Flixie was trying to see if he could provide a little bit of coverage, but 1 versus 3, and he's not going to get the chance to escape. Asia coming out on top in game 3.
What is this? It might be a Brazilian thing, you know what I'm saying? Because both of the teams that qualified out of Brazil, or at least 2 of the 3, are now made their way over towards Rangers Ruin. Luckily for Doxy and Chino, though, they were able to get on out. So this is just a whole different mix-up that I didn't expect in a million years.
This is the Doxy effect right now. At Rangers Ruin, everyone is just crouching, creeping up on each other. But Scarpa could be some of the first to open up with some big shots. Still not feeling comfortable just yet, diving straight into the heart of the action here. But Scarpa, they recognize King.
Ah, on voit mieux là les gars.
He could be an isolated member. PA's in though.
Non, vas-y. Alors. Ah, voilà les gars. King, 102 points les gars, c'est bien en vrai. Faut un top 1, je pense. Si vraiment les autres font des back lobby, bah ils seront. Ils vont se barrer. Et ils seront premiers. Ah, il y a Peterbot qui est en fight les gars. Faut faire attention. Peterbot est un des très grands favoris de la compétition. Mais les gars, je vous promets, il va pas gagner. Regarde, il a 11 points au bout de 2 games les gars. Jamais il gagne hein. Peterbot il a que 11 points les gars. Il fait un début exécrable. Ah, bah eux ils croient, ils sont pas bien. 165 HP, quasi aussi. Je crois ils veulent replace ou prennent tous les murs. Ils veulent soit se faire des maths ou soit replace. Nice les gars. Towards the sky, and with the zone pulling a whole different direction this game than the previous 2, looks like it's pulling south, maybe a western lead. Swizzy and Mustache and Queasy, they have the luxury of waiting for all these teams from the north to rotate down into them, and that means easy surge for the first place team. Et gros, j'avais réussi. Ah là c'est mieux. C'est carré les gars. Comme ça demain je pourrais, on commencera direct. Ah bah il est mort, il s'est fait zigouiller. Ok, Tisco c'est pas qui c'est mais au KLM. Ok, mort, elle a 200, arrêtez. C'est pas arraché.
Yeah, for a team, you said it yourself, Arc is playing fantastic as an individual the entirety of the week leading up to this, taking 1v1s against anybody who's taking that challenge. And now something coming from him, NA West. This could be a big make or break moment for his entire Fortnite career. As Hvk-nytrox-rvg, same position we saw them in that last game, just at the edge of the zone. They're just trying to get as much Storm Surge as possible. Not sure who that is on
Peter Bud les gars. Oh non. Non, il y a Peter Bud les gars. Oh non. Bon bah les gars.
Leaning towards it's maybe trying to key Marius, Vanya, and Pixie, but underneath, does he even know? Does he even realize? Hvk-nytrox-rvg, Paper, and Epic Whale, they've decided maybe we should just bring the paddle straight to Peter Bot.
Non les gars, Peter Bot.
Why are we the ones waiting to see whether or not they're going to stick around and hover inside of Dystopia City? Still, Epic Whale, not necessarily primed with that loadout for fighting.
Quoi?
And for that reason, and probably knowing that there's another team.
Bah là j'étais en train de casser la coupe du monde gros.
Yeah, it's just not easy to get the loadout that you want. Especially when you're triple.
Ouais, j'ai vu les mythes, ils l'ont win la deuxième game. Bah tu veux qu'on joue ensemble ou pas?
Non.
Ok. Allez les gars, oui, je me dis un truc. Ah là. Wesh, le malade. Wesh. Allez les gars. Allez. Nice, nice. Nice. Allez. Putain, il s'est fait arracher.
A handful of teams that have managed to have some success with these surge bases. We have seen so many interventions, so many other teams, and that's something that Jack, Reason, and Mr. Savage don't take lightly. That they spend a little bit of extended time inside of these early storm picks. They don't mind it, and it's giving them a good idea of which direction they actually want to head, especially when you're scouting out some of the surge bases in the distance. They know there's going to be teams looking to try and hold on edge of zone.
Yeah, and you kind of add in the fact that neither one of these two games that we've had so far has went down to heal off. So it's kind of giving you more and more of that confidence, like, hey, I can stay a little bit longer in towards zone. I can try to figure out. Especially if you're uncontested like they are, you could always go back for those.
Allez Pixie, allez mon frère. Voilà, voilà Grim, dis-leur un peu.
Replenishing a lot of those builds that they used to get there. You see the extra hills in and outside of their base, and they're just a hop to throw away from the
nice.
That we do not know yet, Taco, is do they see Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold? Do they know that team is there?
They're likely pretty aware that there's somebody lurking. Whether they know that it's Peterbot, Cold, or Ritual directly, that'll have to be answered later on. But Hvk-nytrox-rvg, Epic Whale, Paper, they diverted that initial path, and they find themselves directly underneath Curly and Cooper, trying to see if they can apply some pressure, get a little bit of damage going. But Hvk-nytrox-rvg gonna get the worst end of that trade out. And Epic Whale still looking to provide a little bit of coverage. They just infiltrated the piece that Cooper and Curly once held.
Yeah, I like the decision though for Cooper Curly. They saw the zone kind of pull
a little
bit further from where they're at. They say, hey, we got to focus on this. Majors, Acorn, Poyo. This time around, they're getting to play their side of the overall map. We're seeing it pulling towards the south, but Demon's Debris kind of just on the outskirts inside of the zone. So they're watching and seeing every team that rotates on over from that mountain. You got to think Alex and Nam reside. They're towards the south of that mountain. Toyota, Rise, Yuma, they landed over at Canyon. So they're just trying to take advantage of every team that might not be quick to the punch.
But it's still crazy to see that quick stat for Acorn's team, that they didn't take a single tick of surge all throughout the regular season majors. But here on the global level, they have been struggling back-to-back matches, finding a good grasp of that surge damage threshold. Right now, game 3 though, halfway point technically speaking for day 1. They had the opportunity. We just saw what Prodoxy Pablo and Gino were able to accomplish in that last lobby. When you're able to secure over 80 points in a singular match, you're still always in the running.
Yeah, on pace. Outside of maybe getting that victory royale where you do get the 9 extra points going from second to first place. So all you need is, you know, a win. But 10 eliminations, that's about a 105 game. Close the gap in an instant. We already saw that out of a few teams so far. Pixie, Marius, and Vanya, they're just rotating all around. You saw them go for OXR HQ. They took that massive launch pad with the Flowberry Fizz to take over the Shining Span Bridge, prioritizing their rotation. Not really worrying about anybody else that's there, as Victor B, Epic, they're still here, but Old is the one that's down. So Peterbot and Ritual got the pressure on their shoulders.
Tragedy there for Pablo as he's fully cleaned up too, so that's going to be a wipeout for Prodoxy's team. They'll have to sit and deliberate, figure out what they want to do for game 4 instead. But Ritual and Peterbot still trying to work side by side. The problem is they are so split from each other, Jacob. The moment that Yamzo, Flix, or Higgs might realize, hey, there's a front-up opportunity here to just outright feed, but doesn't seem as if they're aware of that situation just yet.
And already we saw Cooper, Reed, and Curly try to rotate on out. And now they're running into a whole nother team, and Cooper's going to be the first one dropped. That's Snowy. Todd is still alive. Even though they do lose one, they have a numbers advantage. They can play for the revive, and I think Reed might know that just a little bit. Trying to go for pressure underneath, break it through the walls. The beast control does not go over. They do a quick peek. Both teams kind of missing those shots, though. Reed has to be able to take advantage of these opportunities. They are inside of the zone, so in theory, Taco, Ryu, Snowy, and Todd have no reason to rotate out.
That little bit of a whiff, though, from Reed might come back to haunt him here because Todd, Snowy, and Ryu in that 3 versus 1. This is so optimal for them to continue to apply steady pressure. They recognize Reed has no other choice except to try and live, to try and escape, and they are just ripping him apart from the sky. Every single crash pad, sure, it's taking them one step further, but fortunately for Reed, Marius, Pixie, and Vanya provide a little bit of that buffer zone. They're going to force Saad and Ryu back, but Reed, he is still pinned down, stuck along the beach face underneath Shining Span.
Yeah, it don't miss you wonder, like, does he even have a singular reboot card, let alone 2? He really had no choice but to disengage out there because they will try to push a solo in that situation. But Malibuca, Wax, Pings, 25 points through 2 games so far. A couple teams need to go down about 7. You can start getting some of those placement points. But for now, they're just kind of focusing on one thing and one thing only, Storm Surge. That's going to open up the world in terms of flexibility.
Let's go, les gars. Let's go. Allez, Wox, allez, Pixie, les gars, on spam. Wox, Pixie.
To try and get their surge locked in, going up against Yakko and Panzer in a separate surge base. Good ways across from them. Yuma, Toyota, and Rise, though. We saw the success they finally had with taking care of Veno's team, and now the question becomes, can we see a Prodoxy Tyson type of performance? Can they convert this to a strong endgame finish?
Hey, we know the entire region usually kind of has some tricks underneath their sleeve that they save for big moments, just like this. A Swizzy, Queasy, Merstad, they're just making their way on over towards that bunker. They're one of the few teams in the lobby because they're uncontested. They get that instant OXRHQ rank, and that is what they're able to use to kind of rotate on over to the vault and get some sort of exotic. You already see it's going to be the AR in Swizzy's inventory. And if you guys don't know, every shot you land with that AR, the next one just deals more and more damage. And putting it in Swizzy's hand, honestly, is very, very scary for the rest of the lobby.
And looted and booted, that is for sure. Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy, they've got so much time to work with in comparison to a lot of these other teams that are likely feeling a bit more pressured, a bit more pushed into trying to create, manifest some sort of surge damage just to be able to find the same type of rotates. But Hvk. We'll have to see what he gets up to later on because we know they love to look for height and they are setting up very early on, Jacob. Strong loadouts to take over.
Tough situation, depending on where the zone continues to go for a lot of these teams towards the south. They're trying to make this part of the map their home base and kind of wait for a lot of the teams towards the north, towards the west to start to try and rotate in. Kanata, Boats, and Rapid, almost 700 damage above the threshold. Now they're going to surpass that with a couple shots being landed. And they're just peeking through the cone right now. They already are in zone. They're just trying to figure out how many teams are around them, what teams are there as well, and what teams are rotating in. Ritual Cold Peterbot, that's going to be one that they focus on for a quick and short moment, landing some damage on the Ritual, forcing them down further towards their glide, kind of making sure they can't get priority position.
The real trick in a set lobby like this, though, is
shots,
but not receiving any in return.
Ah, ils sont là, Peterbot.
They've got to take this fight up against Tete and Raito. They need a recovery point. They've managed to bring Cole back off the reboot, but this is a fight that they're going to have to optimally turn into their favor. It's a little bit scattered right now, but they're just so low on that surge. They don't have any other option. They have to keep trying to apply pressure, but they might not get the chance. The surge is going to take care of them alongside Raito. Just an easy come up.
On a Peterbot, c'est ciao.
I am at a loss for words. After 3 games so far, they have failed to place inside of the top 17. That's where those placement points begin. They are in 31st place on the leaderboard, and it can only get worse if any of those 2 teams below them are still alive. But from the bottom side to the top side, Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstache. That's going to be one thing, because they see every single player that goes down. They see every single trio that gets eliminated. And when you see them go down for Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstache, even Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs, that's got to be a confidence boost.
Everybody just looking like a rags to riches comparison from what we just witnessed, but Yamzo, Clix, Higgs, they're still trying to take advantage of their convenient positioning here. They're spraying all of these teams that are just stuck on the congestion inside that edge of zone, teams that are fighting to try and lock in a little bit more surge, and Phaser, he is going to fall. Yamzo, a little bit too accurate, and Clix just still continuing steady pressure application. These teams are not able to escape.
Yeah, I think they saw it at the corner of the eye. Another knock going down. A whole nother team, but
les gars, peut-être qu'il va prendre la hauteur, hein.
Try to get the wipe. But on high ground, we're finally getting that peak. Pollo, Agers, and Acorn, but they're 69 damage below the threshold, which is surprising because we're at the Kappa factory towards the south side of the map. They have been granted the zone majority of this game, but just unable to really find the shots to put it to use, and they're falling further and further below.
They gotta be real careful. Team sitting inside the building, and Agers just doesn't care. Mountain gonna be immediately eliminated. Just a max pop shot. Pollo now looking to follow suit here. They are feeling so confident. They know they got coupe locked in their sights, and Agers finds the next elimination. There's their surge at last.
Locked and loaded, ready to go. And this is a team right here, right? When you got Pollo on this team, when you got Agers on this team, Acorn, debatably one of the best IGLs in Fortnite, them going down early, that's like poking the bear. That's like poking the bear in the wilderness. Now something I would never do, and now they're here in this game, and they're out for redemption.
The problem right now that I'm thinking about, Jacob, is Queasy loves to look for height right around this period, right around that 8th zone time frame. But with Acorn now looking much healthier and a mastermind IGL in his own right, you have to anticipate that there's going to be a very strong challenge for height.
Le trio Clix est dans la zone.
Other trios in the lobby like Vanya, Marius, Pixie, all of these experienced veterans that know full well what type of potential high ground holds, especially with the zones falling over this part of the map. It is a
Wox, les gars, j'ai vu, ouais, il y a un trio de Wox.
They're gonna have to burn through materials in those lower layers.
Ouais, il y a Wox. Il y a un trio de Merstache, un des grands favoris. Eux, il faudrait qu'ils meurent en vrai. Savage. Je sais pas combien ils sont Savage, les gars.
They're underneath as well. I think Wixie might still be alive. Nope, saw it in the feed. Queasy's gonna take him down. So Savage, Chap, Reason, even with 2 eliminations, almost 900 damage above the threshold. They're feeling good.
Agers, Pollo, Acorn, depending on which direction they head.
Savage, les gars, attention, hein. Je colle Savage top 9. Top 9, les gars. Top 9. Pollo, top 3, Pixie. Je pense qu'il peut être premier. En vrai, s'il fait des gros top 1 et tout, ça serait incroyable. Vraiment, les gars. Mais ouf. Ah, il est à 3 en dessous de la storm. Ah, au-dessus, je veux dire. Trop au-dessus. Ok. Ouais. Ouais, ils ont pris un kill. Y'a pas eu, ils ont pris un kill, les gars. On s'en fout un peu, mais. Allez, Wook, Pixie, Pix, les goats, frère. Eux, c'est des goats, les gars, je veux rien savoir. Eux, c'est les goats de l'univers.
It's not going to get easier. In fact, only 7 builds onto Agers. It's going to get harder and harder unless they find that key refresh.
But look at Art School and Salco. They're a little bit beat up
Quoi?
here.
Ok. Pix, les gars. Oui. Savage. Oh putain, Savage, il va se faire arracher. Savage, il se fait arracher, les gars. Après, ça met en storm. Hein. Pollo, ok. Ah, il y a Pollo qui tombe. Ok. Ouais, clic.
Down below, a whole different ball game. Iamzo, Clicks, and Higgs, they are in the mud right now, having to figure out where they're going to go because Zone is slightly moving up over that mountain. They realize no other team is in their path. It's now or never.
But the problem is they've got Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache on height, beaming everyone.
Vraiment. Si faut top 1, ils sont minimum top 3, les gars. Un top. Ah ouais, mais là, c'est le trio de Queasy Mustache. Ils font quoi? Mais. Ils font quoi, Ah, vas-y. Attends, il y a quoi?
And just in the back pocket, you see 6 flashes, the exotic Slapberry Fizz, which heals HP.
Voilà.
Just in case, but up goes Pixie. They're trying to go for that opportunity, but Mario says no, no, no. We need
Allô?
this engage.
Mesli?
We cannot go for it, at least not right now. But he's taking so much damage on his way down. But Swizzy distracted for a short moment.
Queasy, les gars. Oh merde. Bon, en attendant qu'il y a. Ah, capte ton micro, Mesli. Ouais. Tu rejoins?
Non, tu rejoins.
Ah, ok, vas-y. T'es en quoi là? Mais ouais, mais.
Et là, sur les 32 remains, on a tous nos joueurs. C'est ça. Oh là 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 là, mais on va bien manger sur cette game. J'espère. Oui,
Nice.
Oh là là, les gars, non. C'est pas drop, c'est
Oh non, c'est sur Wox, le trio de Wox. Pixie a pris un kill. Putain, ça fout la haine, ça, par contre. Juré. Et c'est qui le... Non. Il y a Vagnac, ok.
Qui là, putain.
Je suis en train de quitter. Pixie, ok.
On a bien sûr perdu Marius, mais bon, à deux on peut peut-être encore faire quelque chose. Regardez,
Il y a encore Savage.
Il y a tout le monde encore. Regarde le truc, c'est juste là. Sur tous les 3 vies.
Ouais, mais Savage, il peut faire un bet de top ce soir en fait. À part s'il se fait push. Swizzy à la hauteur.
Et qu'est-ce que tu me dis, il va faire un bon jeu, il est 14ème.
Quoi?
Il est 14ème.
Qui?
Savage.
Ouais, mais en vrai, il peut faire un top 9 ce soir. Hein.
Attends, Sweezy, il est toujours en vie?
Ouais, Sweezy toujours en vie, top 10. Il y a 10 remain. Ça va être encore en vie? Non, non, c'est bon.
Il a le high?
Non, mais il y a Sweezy. Il est vers le high, mais il est pas au high.
Aïe.
Ah, il y a Pic, je vais Squeezie. Hein. Allez, Hvk.
Non,
Allez, Pic, le goat.
Ah bah, Squeezie la topant. Nice.
Allez.
Bah, voilà. Squeezie à topant.
Non.
Voilà, chah.
Non, dommage.
Il est trop nul.
Tout pensé skill. Ouais, mais en vrai, il peut faire tout par la World Cup en vrai. Hein.
Il est trop nul.
Pix.
Non, tout le monde. Tous de la Hvk, là, il est trop nul.
Ouais, Pix. D'armes et des mix, ils sont trop forts.
Deuxième mix, ils sont tous trop nuls à Hvk. Vas-y, hein.
Et ils sont combien, Pixie?
Pixie, je sais pas, il doit être 17ème.
17ème, ah ouais, il faut qu'il fasse des gros tops. Hein.
Non, juste il flamme, merde.
Bah, pourquoi tu dis ça alors que toi, en tant que tu parles M8, il y a Vania et tout.
Des couilles de Vania.
Ah ouais, mais c'est pas un M8 pour toi?
Je sais, mais je m'en fous. Bon, le Sweezy il est premier, c'est avec Marseille, c'est un M8. Je sais, mais...
Ah, je l'ai. Putain. Ils ont fait 2 top 1. Hein. J'imagine si Peter Bat il remonte tout.
Bah, enfin, ça, ouais, je suis trop nul.
Improbable. Il est
27ème.
Ouais, il est 27ème. Il faut pas qu'il choque une game. Faut qu'il fasse que des gros tops dans les games.
Moi, je suis dégoûté, c'est votre jeu.
Putain.
Ah non, attends, me tue pas, je vais rentrer, ça monte.
Putain, on aurait pu sortir les M8.
Non, vous êtes trop nul. Fais pas le level, fais pas le level.
Et Hawk, c'est un peu compliqué ce soir. Hein.
C'est pas plat, les gars.
C'est un peu compliqué pour Hawk, ça.
Et alors? Pas plat.
Putain, c'est un peu compliqué pour Hawk, là.
C'est pas compliqué, juste c'est trop nul.
Je suis fait sortir, je crois, mes parts de Zakpo game d'avant.
Allez, c'est carrément. Ah oui, c'est par chaque fois quand même.
Le trio de Glapo et c'est plus qui.
C'est bon,
Ils ont fait un très bon top au FNCS.
Je jeu là. Vas-y, j'étais trop focus sur ça.
Bah non, mais viens, on fait d'un verre normal.
Ah, comme ça,
Lice. Oh là là.
Non, c'est qu'il est 8ème.
Ouais, il est 8ème.
Et attends, si.
Non, Pix. Pixie.
Ah, Pixie, il est 8ème.
Ouais. Oh, mais en vrai, c'est trop bien. I drop 4ème, 5ème Pix.
On s'en fout, ennemi toujours devant.
Ils sont combien de points d'avance? Ah ouais, ils ont 100 points d'avance, les bâtards. 100 points d'avance. Ils ont 300 points. Presque.
Ah, on est trop boosté.
Oh, les chiens.
On est trop boosté comparé à vous.
Bah, après nous, on fait des bons tops au FN16 là.
Non, bah, non, on est premiers pour l'instant.
Ah ouais, j'ai raté. Non, j'ai pris 2 ans à faire l'édit de code.
Après, moi, j'ai gagné.
Il est combien, Peter Watt?
27ème.
Il est 32ème MDR.
Et il est avant-dernier.
Oui, il est avant-dernier. J'imagine si Peter Bot finit dernier. Pour moi, dis, c'est plus le meilleur joueur du monde, Peter Bot.
Ah oui, après c'est Peter Bot, donc pour moi je les enterre pas tout de suite, mais c'est vrai que si je viens à discuter, si ils sont pas dans le top 1,
Regarde le combo.
ça sera mort pour la bouffe. Ouais, voilà, c'est ça.
Oui. Il est bien ce combo en vrai.
Dis, go side comme ça, go side.
Normal. Ok.
Ouais.
Ah, tu m'as mis une décale. Et le trio clic, ils sont bons, hein. Ils font des bons tops en vrai. Pour Poyo, je me demande combien ils sont. Attends, Mako. Mako.
Quoi?
Bon bah ça va relancer le tel, hein.
Pourquoi?
Parce que je bug de quoi? Je relance YouTube pour voir. Attends. Vas-y. Bon, peut-être il faut que ça
pas me shoot quand je te le veux.
Quoi?
N'hésite pas à me shoot quand je te
Bah après si après tu vas me dire ouais c'est trop gênant et tout.
Vas-y, là je te perds.
Vas-y. Putain je suis trop deg vraiment. Putain en plus il est trop fort Pix en vrai. Avec son trio d'armes et... Il est trop fort avec son trio Pix d'armes d'ennemis ça.
Il est trop fort Berstach. Trop fort cuisine.
Ouh, que ce soir c'est un peu compliqué.
C'est pas compliqué, c'est juste ici la merde.
Et Pixie bah à des winners FNCS au Major 2 en vrai il est bien en vrai.
Moi il y a quelques M8.
Il est trop fort Pixie. C'est pas pour moi c'est un des meilleurs fighters d'Europe.
Attends, je règle mon cheat.
Je joue un minimum.
Attends, je règle mon cheat.
Ok.
J'ai réglé mon cheat.
Ok, je joue un minimum. Ok. Voilà. Ah ouais.
Oh le best cheat.
Ah, tu sais ce que j'ai dit là? J'ai fait ok, j'ai joué un minimum. Je l'avoue après c'est bâtard à dire ça. Surtout en plus tu me lèves là. Bon tu crois si tu veux mais si est-ce que toi tu veux vraiment la sortir sans faire des PNC ou pas?
Bah ouais.
Parce que pire ce que je ferais tu me dois combien de skins vu que je t'ai offert la carte?
Hein?
Tu me dois combien de skins?
Je sais pas.
3 tu m'avais dit sur Snap, 3 ou 4? Bah au pire tu crois on enlève un skin et toi tu peux te prendre la surfeule si tu veux. Non? C'est comme tu veux. Et comme ça toi tu peux te prendre la surfeule. En vrai moi je t'avoue, moi je m'en fous des skins, moi je veux juste la surfeuse là. Et fais une pièce hein.
Garde tout pour toi et... Vas-y, j'ai fait ça.
Et du coup mais du coup tu vas m'offrir quoi la boutique? Mais tu veux m'offrir que quand je serai là ou quand comme ça moi je pourrais choisir tu vois?
Là quand tu seras là c'est mieux.
Ouais c'est mieux. T'imagines vraiment tu m'offres un revêtement?
Ah c'est un vêtement quoi, c'est bien.
Bah en vrai je le mettrai direct. En vrai je le mettrai direct mais à la fois j'aurai la haine. Mais après je me dis ça va c'est Messi, il a pas fait le rat.
Putain mon petit j'ai pas bien réglé.
En vrai moi sur ce compte le but c'est d'avoir tous les skins tryhard du jeu.
Moi c'est pas de me faire ban.
Ouais j'avoue et moi aussi.
parce que moi j'ai cheat le bras, attends.
Ah oui.
Tu veux vraiment que je te cheat à la gueule là?
Wesh. Encore ça c'était rien. Bon du coup est-ce que Mako est revenu? Bah d'accord. Moi je pense que ça va relancer le tel hein. Non non moi j'ai pas crash.
Bouffe ma pickaxe. Voilà. Oh allez go ça va.
Vas-y, je vais relancer le tel.
Let's fight.
Ouais.
Tu veux vraiment te faire cheater à la gueule ou pas?
Ah mais tu vas spam du coup.
Ah même pas. Sans spam c'est sûr.
Vas-y vas-y viens je t'attends. Ah bah gros j'ai mis combien de balles s'il te plaît dis-moi.
Bah je m'en dis moins 20.
Moins 20 alors que j'étais tout près mais... Oh les balles de quoi faire, c'est une dinguerie genre.
Après tu avais pas l'air.
C'est non?
Si.
Ok, bah ça va alors. Oh, vraiment fou.
Je veux poker une balle quand même.
Mais moi en vrai moi j'avais joué mais comme une grosse salsa spam.
Moi je pense que là j'ai un mon cheat il est bien réglé.
Et tu vas jouer les compétitions reprennent quand après les Worlds?
Vendredi où là on peut tous les faire en vrai, on reprend le mercredi.
Et les div 2? Et les div 2 vous pouvez pas les faire? Attends je crois j'ai vu. Tu parlais qu'il y avait des compétitions FNCS div je sais pas quoi.
Et attends je vais me mettre au minimal mon cheat.
Ah ouais pour toi c'est quoi le meilleur joueur du monde aujourd'hui?
Squeezie hein.
Genre je suis sûr il va dire lui.
Squeezie.
Et après?
Merstack.
Toi.
Oh mon dieu.
Et moi je dis toi. En perf c'est pas ça mais en termes de mecha c'est toi.
C'est un perf en fait je fais pas de cap là, parce que là il y en a pas tu vois.
Ouais. Mais tu vas les faire les casques console.
Ouais.
Et les câbles recharge comme on a fait hier tu vas les faire? Non?
Si j'ai joué.
Ah ok.
J'ai tellement vu que tu te bugs, j'ai envie de te faire une petite surprise.
Quoi?
Box toi. Non
okay.
Voilà, failli toi mais j'ai envie que tu te fasses au moins tu te box.
Vas-y.
Alors on safe.
Ok. C'était quoi ça?
Ah une frégite.
Ah ok. Au départ j'ai cru il va me montrer un skin.
Ah pas trop. Déjà là. J'ai pas faim moi.
Mais tu peux jouer ce soir ou pas?
Je sais pas.
Vas-y bah. Tu vas manger là?
Ah ouais.
T'es obligé?
Vas-y j'ai pas faim. Bah oui.
Ok. Allez frère.
Attends, je vais me maximum.
Il est au maximum là?
Là il est au minimum.
Ok. Tu penses il y a quel youtubeur qui te baise en avait un?
Personne.
On avait un pur.
Personne.
Ah ouais, tu penses pas qu'un Westside ou un je sais pas quoi?
Personne.
Ok.
Personne.
Ouais.
Ah, vas-y descends s'il te plaît.
Ouais.
Et descends. Ah,
Je suis là. Oh ouais. Vas-y. Enfin test d'aim. Ah bah d'accord. Il est bon test d'aim. Ah bah d'accord.
Vas-y, go avec le but alors.
Vas-y. Bon, au pire, viens, on se met là.
Attends. On se met à distance, on fait 1,90.
T'es où?
Là.
Ah, mais du coup, il faut se prendre une arrière de lance. Comment c'est de faire une merde?
Non, en fait, go prendre un peu plus de hauteur comme ça, là, tu vois.
Ouais, c'est... Attends.
Ouais, stop.
Ok.
3, 2, 1. Allez, on va dans ta base, là.
Non, c'est un Darius que tu m'as mis, par contre. Non. C'est pas possible, t'es un tuteur? Vas-y, frère. Voilà. Ah, vas-y. Bah, je peux pas. Tu quoi? Tac.
Comme ça. Au pire, après, on prend un grappin dès que tu meurs. Allez, stop. 3, 2, 1.
Wesh. Plus gros cheater de la planète, MDR. Attends, Vas-y, et... Attends, viens, je vais tester ton aim, mais d'une autre façon.
Ah, comme ça, là?
Ouais. Je vais tester.
Attends, mon viseur est dessus.
Arrête.
2, 1.
Wesh. Non, c'est pas possible, t'es un tuteur?
Bah, oui.
Attends...
Je crois quoi? Quoi?
Vas-y, bah, si tu peux jouer ce soir, bah, ce soir. Vas-y.
Hop.
Oh, 128, j'ai pas de luck.
Vas-y, à demain ou à tout à l'heure,
vas-y.
Où t'as mis les clés de la voiture?
Bah, je sais pas, moi.
Ah, tu t'en es servi, d'accord.
Je sais pas.
Où tu les as mis?
Je sais pas, moi.
Tu comprends le français?
Arrête de dire je suis con, par contre, là.
Je te demande où tu les as mis.
Mais je sais pas.
T'as retrouvé parce que j'en ai
Mais
besoin.
je sais pas, mon chef. Mais je sais pas, moi. Mais toi, fous dans ma chambre.
Oh, dis donc, je vais pas les chercher pourquoi, hein. Elle dit...
Bah, c'est tes clés, non?
Attends, j'en ai marre.
C'est tes clés.
Tu les cherches, les clés.
Non.
Hein.
Tu veux que je coupe? Mais toi, fais-le.
Non, Nathan, c'est toi qui t'es servi des clés tout à l'heure, d'accord?
Alors fais-le parce que moi je vais couper, elle a raison, mamie. Hein.
Oh là là, mais... Oh là là. T'as de lui, hein. De fou, hein.
Allez, regarde, c'est comme.
Regarde, ils y sont pas.
Bah, cherche-les.
Ils y sont pas, ils sont dans le salon.
Cherche-les.
Ils sont pas dans ma chambre.
Bon, Nathan.
Mais ils sont pas dans ma chambre.
On n'a pas dit qu'elles étaient dans ta chambre. On t'a dit, tu t'en es servi tout à l'heure ou tu les as mises.
Oh. Mais je sais pas.
Ah bah, tu les cherches. Oui, je sais.
Voilà, alors pourquoi tu fais toujours moi? Je les ai même pas.
Je les avais vus, moi.
Et quand c'est dit...
Ok, d'accord, ok.
Oui, mais il n'y a pas de d'accord, et arrête, hein, maintenant.
Ok, d'accord.
Là, ça commence à bien faire. Je lui demande gentiment. Hein.
Il est gentil que quand même.
Ouais.
Oui, ok.
Ouais,
Oui, bah attends, je fais juste un truc.
Oui, bah tu vas voir ton...
Arrêtez de crier. Par contre, arrête là. Arrête de me menacer.
Arrête de me faire
c'est toi.
Moi, je vais t'en mettre une là, parce que moi...
Non.
On te touche même pas.
Arrête.
Et t'arrêtes tes copains là.
Non, c'est ça, je ne veux pas.
Arrête, parce que je vais le faire, moi.
Tu veux quoi maintenant? Trop gênante. Non.
Season 2 of the game, just as a kid, and then growing up with the game year after year, and then starting to like make music, and then have that full circle moment coming back straight to the game is beautiful, bro. It's beautiful.
Dude, that's so sick. You know what's funny for me personally? So like, because I work at Epic, I didn't even know this was happening. And then one day I get like invited to like a meeting. And they're like, hey, so this is the meeting for our official anthem. I'm like, wait, whoa, I've been asking for like an anthem for so long. And they're like, yeah, it's David. And they play us like the animatic. I hear your song for the first time and I see like what the visuals are gonna like could be. I'm not gonna lie, I actually cried because I was like, this is so cool. Like that for the first time, we get something like an anthem. And it's not just like anyone, right? It's you coming from that background. Like what led you to kind of making this song, like choosing what you did? Because like it feels like we as competitive are like seen, you know, it feels like it was made for us.
Yes, bro. So basically it's like when you're playing Fortnite, especially in FNCS, everything is high stakes, high blood pressure, high adrenaline, right? So I wanted to make sure I got that and encapsulated that feeling through the song, so it felt like you were in the end game, you were in the game yourself while listening to the track. It's crazy.
I love too, so I actually used to like edit before kind of jumping into all this broadcast stuff. And I think one of my favorite parts is that like, it is like someone is editing this together, right? And then the characters in Fortnite are kind of jumping around in this cyberspace. Like, that's gotta be so cool. Like, did you have any like input on like, hey guys, this is what I want to kind of see. This is what I'd love to kind of bring to life. Was there anything maybe like that you called out and you're like, this is what I want, and it like happened?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very collaborative effort. I feel like with my love for animation and just animated things in general, especially the game's animated style as well, going through that mixed media format where we're showing the clips of MCS players, then back to the game, and the 2D animation, and just how they encapsulated my character as well inside of the video. It was just like insane to see all three formats come together. It was insane.
It's so cool. David, just thank you so much for loving Fortnite so much that you were like, hey, let's just make something cool for the community. Thank you so much. Before I let you go, I'd love for you to kind of give you the stage, to call out anything you're doing, to call out where people can follow you and find you, because they need to do that.
Thank you guys so much. Shout out to Fortnite, shout out to everybody that made this possible. Shout out to you, the fans and the players. Shout out to the pros. My name is David. You can find me everywhere at Love you guys. Love Fortnite. We out.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much for your time. And again, thank you for one of the...
C'est un malade, papy. J'ai juré. C'est un malade.
So sick. We've actually talked about this for so long. Like, man, it would be so cool to have like an anthem and like to actually get one, and to be David is like literally a dream come true for me personally.
Allô les gars, vous m'entendez?
See like someone else who loves Fortnite made a song for Fortnite.
Attendez.
What I love is, like, you know, usually, we'll gas people up, whatever. We've literally been singing this song for the last 4 days, and it's like stuck in our head.
Allô les gars?
We can't get it out.
Voilà, ça marche.
When we all got to watch that video for the first time together, we just kind of were astounded, stunned, and silent a little bit. It really does just kind of is the perfect combination of what you think a Fortnite fan is really bringing. Like, what you can tell that he loves the game, and that makes me love the music even more. And what I love personally is all of these players behind me getting back to their stations, because Zeke, I am so excited for 3 more games today.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, if you didn't know, at the halfway point, we kind of give the players a break, right? We let them kind of walk away, take a rest, take a breather. Maybe they can talk about their trio mates, their coaches, whatever they need to do, and then they come back to the stage. We continue playing Fortnite. Now, as we kind of start to continue to get them back, we actually have another special interview. It is Loser Fruit who's standing by with Mini Miner.
Thank you so much, Zeke. I'm up here in the VIP lounge, and oh boy, do we have a VIP. It's Loser Fruit. It's Fortnite icon, Loser Fruit. Firstly, how you feeling? Are you enjoying the event? What are the vibes like?
I love it here in France. The atmosphere is amazing. Everyone is, I love the crowd. France, j'aime France.
Absolutely love it. Now, I mentioned there, you're a Fortnite icon. You are an icon. You're in the Icon Series outfit. I mean, how does that feel? What does that feel for you?
No, it's like the biggest honor to be an icon, but like, I'm the only icon here. I don't know where they are. Like, where you guys at?
We're calling out you other icons. Well, you should be here. What's going on? Let's talk about the games. Really electric, as you mentioned, the atmosphere here. Unbelievable stuff. What are your thoughts so far? What are you thinking about the game so far?
The games have been entertaining. It's good to see Power doing well in the last game that they just were in. So, yeah, hopefully keeps getting better for them.
I mean, you have a little bit of LAN experience yourself, right? You played at the Pro-Am with Alex. What was that like?
Oh, Alex is a goat. He carried me hard in Pro-Am, like, because I was terrible, but, you know, it's fine. He'll show him.
I thought you carried him, personally. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, what do you have to say to that team right now? They've had a really good game, right? They had an 11th place right there, a few eliminations. They're starting to grow into it. Is that something we can expect to see from these guys throughout the rest of the day?
I think they'll just keep getting better and better, as long as they're having fun, but they just, like, dominate. So I think we'll see more of them on the screen. Put them on the screen, broadcast, all right? So we need to see more power, all right?
You guys hear that behind the scenes. We want to see more of them. I want to see these guys popping off, and also I want to see more of the games. So I want to big thank you to you, of course, Luz, for joining us here on the interview. Got any final words to say to the fans at home, to all the people in the arena as well?
Thanks, everyone, for watching. This performance is amazing. Thanks, Fortnite.
Back to the desk.
Hey, Loser Food, thank you. Thank you for being here as the only icon represented that's not playing. Thank you. Where are your other icons at? Anyway, guys, in case you didn't know, Double XP is happening this weekend in celebration of the Global Championship. Jump in. There's a bunch of stuff happening. BR, Grapple Glove, and the Pump Shotgun coming back. Reload's got 100% rare chest spawns with some other unvaultings happening. And then finally, Blitz has melee mythics when you drop off the Battle Bus. Jump in right now. Double XP. Don't miss out. Make sure you take advantage of that. Now, of course, as we continue the conversation, the players continue to kind of roll back in. We're getting closer. I kind of caught a moment there. Queasy talking right there. Swizzy, Merstax are kind of still strategizing. They're taking every single moment possible to make sure they are ready to come back for Game Number 4 even stronger.
Well, this is where things start to get interesting, in my opinion, because like you already mentioned, right, the break has happened. And the fact that 2 dominant performances have happened, I'm going to be looking towards these next 3 games because now Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy, they might be getting even more respect of this. Everybody might be looking at the high situation and be like, yeah, we've got no chance if we actually go for it. Let's just give them full respect, which would kind of open the door even more. Even though it already looks open for Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy, it might open it up even more. But now the opportunity as well for some of the other teams to maybe kind of counter-strat some of the things that may be going on in the early game. Obviously, there's a couple teams that we think could be doing better right now, and hopefully this little bit of a break gives them just that opportunity to go ahead and figure something out.
I mean, when there's a team that just dominates high ground so well, a lot of the other teams will kind of build this little bunker over themselves in low and middle and kind of, you know, refute eliminations from them. But Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy aren't allowing that to happen. They are making sure that they are not controlling high ground passively, which we've seen teams do in the past. They are making sure that they are chopping out all the roofs, making sure that they're still getting eliminations, and that is what makes them so dangerous. We see teams go for height and get that consistency, but rarely do we see that in tandem of also having the most amount of eliminations in a game.
I kind of want to flip the script here a little bit, right? Obviously, we're talking about Queasy kind of in that #1 spot. There's a couple other trios, namely Peterbot, Ritual Cold, right? Pollo, Acorn-Agers. What's going on? It seems like this trio, these trios we know should be performing well, right? I kind of made a joke at one point last game. I was like, oh, it's interesting, like, Peterbot, Ritual Cold are 31st. You're like, that's interesting. That's how many eliminations they should have at this point. But that's not the case. What do we think is happening here?
Well, obviously, I think games number 1 and 2 were kind of like feelers. They were kind of trying to see what they can actually do with their drop spot kind of situation that they have going on. And then games number 3, we kind of tune in with them. They pushed into Dystopia City pretty early on. And then I was like, whoa, their map situation looks very, very good. They've got a pretty clean loadout. I just don't think they really know where to go from there. Like, it doesn't really seem like they have a full laid out plan, which is why, you know, looking at this break right now, hopefully the coach kind of comes in and talks to them and is like, hey, listen, this is what you guys need to do after you kind of get an established loadout and the materials needed.
You know, there's a word that we like to use in North America when we describe Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, and even Acorn-Agers and Pollo, and that is conditioned. They condition the lobby, but that lobby that they condition is just North American Central. There is a very specific strategy that we see time and time again that these players get to practice over weeks and kind of build up that one meta, and then they are conditioning the lobby to kind of play around them. Well, they have 7 other regions now. They have Europe to contend with, so that strategy that they have conditioned the rest of North America doesn't really matter now. So I think that they're kind of being thrown for a loop. That respect that so many other teams give them in North America isn't necessarily seen here today.
Yeah, there is that meta within the meta, right? And it kind of, we usually talk about that around these times, right? On LAN, when players have kind of time to come together, meet each other, say what's up, and then practice, right? And I love that you call that out, Kelly, because That I didn't even consider that even for a moment, but that's so true, right? Everyone else is going, oh, here we go, finals, Pollo, Peter Ball running around doing their thing. Got to make sure we respect them. Everyone else is like, hey, no, this is a global stage. Like, I'm trying to win. I'm trying to walk away at the end of this as a global champion. How different things are here in a LAN setting.
Yeah, 100% right. That could be playing a factor, right? Obviously, we've kind of talked about the situation between Cold Ritual and Peterbot switching the focus over to Acorn, Pollo, and Agers. They've got, like, it's like an easy task, but a hard task at the same time. They know kind of what's going wrong. It's Storm Surge, right? But Storm Surge is one of those mechanics in Fortnite competitive that's pretty much the hardest thing to kind of figure out for any one of these teams, right? They know what they need to work on. It's like, man, how do they?
And you know, we were talking about the start of the show, especially Miniminer was pointing out how Queasy on the northwest side will build up that pillar, or will build up Storm Surge on top of that pillar. And then we actually saw it in game number 3, Agers, Acorn, and Pollo doing the exact same thing. But then if you look at that drop map, there is not that many teams that are landing near them, and a lot of the teams that are landing to the west of them are fighting each other. So there just isn't the same opportunity that someone like Queasy, who has a similar starting strategy, is able to pull off that they aren't.
That is so cool and crazy at the same time, right? These almost like micro strategies these players are trying to utilize. Now, of course, both of these trios are world class, right? I'm not worried. But at this point in the competition, we only have 3 games left to go, right? And the idea is we set ourselves up with this first 6 games, then day number 2, we only have 6 games, right? To try and make a fight for that number 1 spot. So for both of these trios, I kind of want to see, like, we need to get into this. We need to make some moves right here, right now. But with that being said, it's almost that time to hop back into all of the action. We want to toss it out over to the casters to say what's up before we get things started.
Appreciate it so much. It has been a phenomenal time frame so far here today, Jacob. But Leon, je t'aime, because you guys are putting on such a strong crowd performance too. The way you guys are gassing up these players, Jacob, it's so awesome to see.
Honestly, coming into this venue, I was kind of like, oh man, what's gonna happen today? How's the atmosphere? You could hear them 2 hours before the event even started. I had to go in the middle of that crowd and get a video of my own, but the hype is real and the game is ready. Let's get right into it.
And we're back. One more battle bus ride taking us in to game number 4 here, Jacob. But the important steps are starting to be made. The players have had a slight opportunity now, revitalize themselves, see if these strategies, revisit some of those strategies even for a good portion of our teams realistically. But for Doxy and Tayson, this has been the early game theme so far here today, because these guys have just been clashing nonstop. But we saw that Brazil interference take place in the last lobby, so both these teams know they have got to be even faster with this outcome. It is all or nothing, because if Brazil continues to intervene, they're just not going to be able to build back up from Rangers' ruin.
Yeah, and it wasn't just one, but it was 2 different teams, but the drop remains the same. The 50-50 on one of the chests. For Doxy, he's going to have to disengage and try to find some floor loot elsewhere. Chicho was taking a good brunt of that damage, but it's Pablo who does get dropped first. Chicho as well. And this is a good opportunity as Chino and Doxy are in a 2v2 situation. They're trying to close the gap, but Doxy goes down. Tayson, the 5-time champion, is going to fall as well. Now Chino's in a peculiar situation as he gets eliminated in the 1v1 against Riss.
It's a tough break there for Doxy's team, but hey, Triss, what a come up. Chicho and Tayson are both very likely going to be revived, but they gotta be very quick because still other action across the map. Benno, Hvk in a very tough position, but Yuma, he's not gonna be able to escape. Benno finds the knock, finds the full elimination here, taking full advantage of that siphon, but he still has Rise up above. Benno trying to be very wary here. If he goes down, that is the end of it for game 4, and they still want to be able to strike inside that top 10 leaderboard, but Benno wrapping around underneath Rise, even though he's overhead, Benno has the shield HP advantage. Benno still breaking through, doesn't get the shot that he wanted to, but Rise taking a huge chunk of his HP now. Toyota still seeing if he can apply a little bit of pressure on the backup section, but Benno, even in the 1 versus 2, he refuses to budge. That is Aura.
Oh, he finally gets the knock on the reset, and that was huge. That was 200 IQ coming out of Veno, because Hvk was down. Coyote went down to finish off that elimination, which gave him a huge 1v1, and with a third party coming in, Alex and On and Rise have had enough, as Veno's going to be the one that cleans up that elimination. But what do you do from here? You do have the chance to get the reboot cards, but your POI has now just went to someone else.
The problem in the red alert there is that everybody knows that it's just Veno by himself. That reboot is going to be tough to make it towards, but Gabzetta, Scarpa away, already tangled up here. Snowy on the loose, trying to get the runaround, but completely caught off guard. Gabzetta, nice knock, transitioning into the elimination here. Way Scarpa to Gabzetta, they're now in the driver's seat, and Ryu, Sod, potentially heading for the hills instead. No, they're willing to clash head on. They still don't want to depart.
Getting 4 times the point in that last game, but for Ryu and Sod, they gotta really try to figure out a way to win this fight or get the reboot card and disengage. 80 points, they're on their way up that leaderboard. For Way, Scarpa, and Gabzetta, this is almost a must. They've been landing all around the map throughout the earlier game so far. Last one, you saw them lurk up on over to Rager's Ruin, but they just haven't really defined that success. And this is a great opportunity with a mismatch and a numbers advantage to try to pick up these 2 more eliminations. And most important, the loot and the position to build those surge towers.
But Way, Scarpa, Gabzetta, they're still not done with this just yet. Sod and Ryu are causing enough of a delay, and if both of these teams aren't careful, a third party could definitely enter the mix. They've got to find these quicker eliminations here. Sod, though, having a very tough time. The material count's running so incredibly low. Nobody's really had a chance to recuperate anything just yet, but Way, Scarpa, Gazetta now approaching from a separate angle. Sod completely pinpoint isolated. He can't get the backup he needs. Way just continuing to close in here. Scouting out. Okay, Sod overhead. No, it's just Ryu instead. Sod taken out. Ryu nearly out of this one, but just doing his best, and it's just not good enough when you're dealing with the full trio of Way, Scarpa, and Gabzetta.
Yeah, with those eliminations, you see the rank upgrade drops coming in. It's not going to be the biggest difference maker, but it's definitely a good more loot than what they had before. Dystopia City, Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, they've had enough of playing the drop spot roulettes. They knew coming into this event it was a triple contested fight, and now they're taking the fight to Tay-Tay. This one's personal as Ritual gets the first knock. There's back-to-back. Cold putting in some work as well. 2 or 3v1 situation here on the ride-up, but it's not going to last too long. They have finally woken up. Enough poking the beast, because now they got what they wanted.
I mean, you're talking about poking the bear, and take a look at what Veno's managed to do in some of that downtime since he found those early 3 eliminations against Coyote's team. Flixie, Hvk now back up and in the running here. This is a real opportunity, Jacob, because they've got a couple of other teams that might be a little bit too prioritized with each other, a little bit too fixated elsewhere to scout these guys out inside the tunnelway.
Yeah, I was looking at the mini-map right now. I saw another team potentially rotating in this direction, but it was outside of the mountain range instead of in. So not too risky just yet, as much as you see just a huge chunk of HP missing. Sphinx, and to start the game off, I didn't see much.
Like on a global stage, and I cannot wait to see exactly how the entirety of this weekend plays out, but don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Reasons, Alex, Anon, just taking a more slow and steady approach. Oceania has had its fair share of struggles throughout the course of today's matches, and for good reason. It's just very difficult when you are stuck in between some of these teams that are just these pre-established surge bases. It can be very hard to cut through, work around, and they're dropping so far south of the map, Jacob. They just don't have as much resources.
Yeah, definitely kind of changing things up for this game. They knew coming into this with the drop spot they had, the hardest part wasn't necessarily loot, not even materials. It was getting up and over that mountain. to try to get in a good position for the game. It's Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot. You see them sneaking up, using the bush, the Flowberry Fizz, and the Crash Pad. That's Pixdarm and Demas on the other side. The revive is fresh. 2 of them are weak, and that's going to be easy pickings if they can continue to put this pressure down. Cold trying to be the first one in. Demas is the one that's getting angled out and pressured by 2 different players. Ritual is going to be there on the other side, but a surprise attack, a big shot. That's going to slow things down for only a short moment. Looks Cold. He's realizing the bait and switch. My teammate is weak. I have to continue to put pressure out. It doesn't matter who it is. I have to keep these guys on their toes.
Cold and Peterbot are playing like they just see red right now. All they want to do is jump into somebody else's box that's not their own. But Peterbot, he's going to be forced to take a halt. He knows that he has to try and fight this team underneath them or just leave entirely. Demas, Charm, and Pix, they've done enough. They have pushed back, and Peterbot is pushed out of the location.
Kind of get a little bit confident there for Cold, Ritual, and Pete as they continue to kind of rotate on out. Surprisingly enough, they didn't kind of continue to stay over toward Dystopia, but what they left it, Hvk, Pars, and Pump actually moved in. They're at a contested drop for themselves, north side of this actual POI, so they're just trying to get scraps. They're just trying to get any bit of surge, and right now, they spotted Cold and his entire trio rotate back toward Dystopia, and they're just trying to lurk. They're trying to get the heads-up play and an opening damage shot so that maybe they can fit shit up.
Take a little peeksies, though, at what's breaking down. Kanata Rapid and Bolts. The elimination feed might be telling an entirely different story there, though, for what's shaping up here at Dystopia. Pump, Pars, Hvk finding that elimination onto Peterbot now means that they are all good to go for trying to key in onto Ritual and Cold. Pars already overhead. Hvk right next to him. Pump, separate angle as well. There's just so many flank attempts here, but Cold, Peterbot knows that he's got to depend on his other fragger here, and Cold could come up big time.
Hey, before Peterbot went on this huge tear for the scene, it was Cold everyone was worried about. And I remember back at the Invitational 1v2 to get his teammate back into the game and try to get them that good positioning that they had. Hvk, Pars, and Pump. I do like this right now. They're kind of testing the outskirts. They're not taking that big risk scenario of moving in towards these buildings. They know they're lurking around. They know with the double pump, 2v1 situation, they can easily try to catch any bit of this damage. So for Cold and Ritual, they just got to continue to play sneaky. One has a med kit. So Taco, this is not the last we've seen of them.
Yeah, but the problem still remains, Jacob. They're going to have to deal with Hvk, Pars, and Pump, who are very likely, they look as if they're keen, set on setting up to prevent Cold and Ritual from actually leaving Dystopia. And if Cold and Ritual attempt to make a reboot inside of Dystopia, they are going to be immediately pounced upon by Hvk, Pars, and Pump. They have so many medkits, they can afford to stick around in these early zone ticks.
And you can see in the top 5, obviously Queasy's team pulling far ahead, but only 133 points to get into the top 5. 1 point behind is going to be Yamzo, Clicks, and Higgs, who honestly been playing decently well, but they just haven't caught that stride, that momentum shift that we know a team like this can have, especially with Clicks and Higgs from Xset. They're kind of the fraggers, the duo from this team. And then you got Yamzo, the IGL, the mastermind of this squad. And I think as soon as they start to feel that confidence, it's going to be a huge momentum shift.
But you know what? You got to give Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo their flowers, because most people on socials did not have them anywhere near this spot on the leaderboard. They've been holding their own as Panzer, big shot onto Mansour. That's going to be a huge opening now, and Yapko seemingly energized by that, just following it up. Panzer with a 3rd elimination now onto Belor. They are getting active so early on.
Yeah, 6 eliminations. They play against Tinka as his trio off spawn. And it does look like somebody tried to rotate in and potentially steal some loot, but they made them pay rather quickly. Instead, his former teammate, Cammy, Hottie, and I-Drop over from that Shining Span bridge. They're trying to focus on getting as much Storm Surge as possible, which is why you see them so deep, so far into the zone. But with every team rotating on out, they're going to use that as their cue to make their rotation as well, and just kind of minimizes a little bit of the risk of the teams they will actually run into and the danger they'll face.
Checking back in now, though, with Chap, Mr. Savage, and Reason. These guys have really just been sticking to their own game plan, and a lot of that entails spending some additional time inside of those early storm takes. They know that they don't have anybody contesting them And kind of surprised, Jacob, that no one has decided to try and actually challenge Mr. Savage's team in that northwest position, but they've done an excellent job at just creating so much space and playing their search trades where necessary.
Yeah, you see, it's a whole different ball game when you are uncontested. Vanya, Pixie, Marius, they're trying to continue to find their stride, just like some of these other teams in this lobby. 110 points, definitely above most of the lobby, but not where they had hoped to be at this point in time. Pings, Malibuka, and Wok, probably the same thing could be said for them, rotating from that uncontested outpost over towards Foxy Floodgates. But even though they're not in zone just yet, Taka, you're seeing they're running into so many other trios. Baka's team, Pix, Darm, and Demus as well. And even if they find a way to get to the other side, there's a fourth team on the mountain looking in this direction.
But the real problem that I'm recognizing right now, Jacob, is that you've got several of some real heavy hitter trios surrounding Foxy Floodgate, and I'm thinking about Cold, Ritual, Peterbot way back over towards Dystopia. They're gonna have to eventually break through these teams who are already fixated in much better positions.
It's gonna be tough on that side of the map, but taking a little bit look closer towards the center. There's a little bit more flexibility around, just a whole different game here. There are a couple teams into the mix, but you're seeing no one in relatively close danger. King Phaser, P8 Zin, they have their surge base. You see not too far off, Agers, Acorn, and Poyo. They're going to be able to get a little bit of that hive spot because you see Mustache, Queasy, and Swizzy rotating yet again to one of these bunkers. And the interesting thing about this team is because they do get the hive, because they are uncontested, and you look at the Demon's Debris and Dystopia where it doesn't necessarily spawn there, Rangers Ruin too far away. It's so early on in the game, but they're rotating all the way to the eastern side of the map to get these bunkers that they know no one else can get. And this is the five-head type play that's coming out of Queasy, and it almost makes you wonder if he wins here to this weekend, is he #1 in the all-time list?
Undisputed GOAT of IGLing without a singular doubt in my mind, Jacob. He's already considered one of the best, if not the best, IGL in the world based off his past couple of years with Global's performances. And it's just impeccable to think of what they've been able to accomplish here today, because sure, you can be first on the leaderboard, but to go back-to-back with victory royales, that's a different beast entirely, and it's going to be very difficult for anybody else to play catch-up. You have to remember, there were teams in this same position. Queasy was in this position. He was the one down below, but can't finish that thought just yet. Striker, Tisco holding their own here. Art, School, Salco, they need a little bit of a recovery point, a little bit pinched here at Sakura Stadium, just so far west of the map. They know it's only a matter of time before a third party makes the intervention here, but Art, School, Salco, they've got one knock. Striker, just seeing if he can try hold the wall, but he's not gonna be able to break away. Art just relentlessly chasing him down, and sure enough, it's gonna be 4 eliminations now in total for School, Salco, and Art.
Hey, they're sticking to the game plan, but the game plan has now have a wrench into the mix. Veno, Vico, Flixie, they're making their way on over. This could be 2 of the most aggressive teams in their respective region going head-to-head, but Veno, he makes the call, maybe a little bit too close for comfort. They try to disengage just a little bit, but you see, they didn't take the full distance onto that crash pad. They have some materials they want to get back, but they want to control the pace of them and that team of Art, School, and Salco.
I mean, the ball's in their court. Vico, Veno, Flixie, they're just going to continue to play for positioning. They know that Art's trio is still locked in at Sakura Stadium, so they can afford to just kind of take those peek backs, see if they can keep applying tag pressure, but they are still trying to be wary of that team up on height on the mountainside peak. Payson, definitely a massive threat if they are not careful, but Poyo, Agers, Acorn, finally witnessing them be above that third threshold, and not just that, but 1,400 plus above, Jacob. It's got to be such a huge relief.
Yeah, to start the day, this is honestly the position I thought I would see this team in game after game after game, especially in game 3, where the zone favored over towards their drop spot. They were just unable to convert and really make it work, and you see the leaderboard with 51 points. They find themselves in 23rd 3rd place. I think you could have quizzed anybody in the Fortnite community, and they thought that would have been impossible. But Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual probably in the same spot, only 77 damage above the threshold. And it looks like they're going to try to take the fight to Baka, Pars, and Puff. Remember, this is the team that initially got that knock onto Peterbot, probably causing this downward spiral of the Storm Surge being a worry, but they're taking it personal, box to box. They're ready to go in, and it's the style of fighting that we know Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual look for, but he takes another massive shot. I don't know what Pump and Baka ate today, but they are ready to play.
The problem is nobody is backing down from Ritual, Cold, or Peterbot. Baka, Pars, and Pump have them fully squeezed inside of this tiny little crevice, and if that wasn't bad enough, they're also having to deal with a third party up on the high ground. Cold, Ritual, Peterbot, they're doing everything they can to try and buy themselves a little bit more time, but they know the clock is working against them. They're only just short of 200 above that damage threshold, Jacob, but they need more, and they need builds. They don't have any materials. It's all on Cold. Peterbot is just left in tatters because of that start.
Yeah, it's just a tough situation to be in, because it's almost playing that mind game, the tricks of, hey, maybe I do have to fight. I need a refresh. I will not be able to get materials elsewhere. And with a team that's honestly been a terror to the entire NA Central region, this is kind of a surprise. And you've been saying it, nobody's backing down. Honestly, Papa Pollo said it as well. Peterbot plays mind games with all of you guys. He gets into your heads, and that's why he's so successful. But guess what? No more mind games. I think everybody is ready to fight back.
Well, it doesn't need to be mind games, because with Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache making the approach, Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, it's now or never. They've got to either dive in, or they're going to find themselves getting absolutely pincered by several different teams. Baka, Pars, and Pump also know that same pressure could technically be applied to them if they're not careful. Seems like they might just want to break away here, create a little bit more space. They don't actually know what kind of position Peterbot and his team are in, but Baka cracking Peterbot's shields now means he could potentially try and press forward, but with Cold just steadily applying reverse pressure, he's making it very difficult, but the builds are running so low. Baka, Pars, Pump. Pars is down though. It's just Baka and Pump now left to try and recover the situation. What looked so promising at the start, Cold is trying to shut down, but Cold needs too much damage. He has to pull back. He's got to wait for Ritual and Peterbot to provide, alleviate that pressure, but Peterbot, Ritual now looking to try and dive forward. They need more surge.
Oh no, from bad to worse. Baka and them on the other side. They now only get the reboot, but the first knock onto Cold yet again. Earlier in this game, they took down Peter, they took down Cold, and they took down Ritual, and they West on top.
Baka, Pars, and Pump have just won the hearts of the crowd here in Lyon. And not only that, Jacob, but they just continue to make it feel impossible for Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual to perform here. But Clicks, Yamzo, Higgs, on the other end of that note, they're still trying to see if they can leapfrog their way into that top 5 position from the leaderboard. How many times have we seen strong performances convert to a big jump in placement? But Swizzy, Mustache, Queasy, as long as they stay tried and true to their strategy, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and they got such a good spot, not only because the high ground, but Taco, take a look. Where is the zone going? Over Foxy Floodgate. That means there's going to be so many different elevations that if it pulls all the way towards the east, or even towards the north and then back down to the south, it is going to be a roller coaster of emotions. And Veno, Flixie, and Hvk throughout the day has been going through just that. 269 below the damage threshold. Even with Veno hitting a nice shot, it's not going to really change what they're facing right now. And that's why you see them scrambling, looking all around, trying to get information, figure out where they need to put their focus at.
They're likely going to have to drop to ultimate low and maybe try to play a pre-edit off of a back tarp. That would maybe be their best opportunity to find some big damage. Still, other teams are absolutely feasting here, and Veno's not going to get the chance from overhead. It's a minute. This is their backyard, essentially, and Foxy Floodgate now really heating up a Hvk. He's not going to allow it. You take down one of my teammates, I'm going to take you with them. Braids having to play for the revive visuals, just not going to be able to do it, though. And Flixie, Hvk, This is a dynamic duo, though, Jacob. They could really make it work.
Yeah, they've kind of put an all-or-nothing situation going after the high ground. Even though they picked up eliminations, got some points, they have a max pull on the other side. And this is what I warned you about, the different type of elevations that are going to start to come into play as Hvk does it again. Taking down a Minish, making sure to clean that one up. 4 more points out of the total as they get their 5th elimination of the game.
All the way hanging back now. So much pressure being applied to this top section of Foxy Floodgate. But they are right back at home. Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy looking to control the dam, and that's the most important part of Foxy Floodgate. If you have the dam control, you have all of height.
Top 17, though, this is where placement points are going to start to set in and cascade further with each and every team that does get wiped off the lobby. Mustache, Queasy, Swizzy, they are not backing down. They are not shaking. They're just terrorizing everybody around the lobby. Bars really feeling the pain there, and that's because they have that bird's eye view. Nobody is contesting Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache on the high ground, and look exactly what's happening because of it.
There needs to be studies done on Queasy's brain because this position is absolutely unreal. Mr. Savage, Jab, trying to do what they can to push back against Swizzy's pressure, but it's just so difficult to try and take those bloom battles from overhead, Jacob. This is so much leverage over the rest of the lobby, and Swizzy now trying to make sure that he doesn't find himself eating more damage than what he bargained for, but still he has Mustache to depend on. The moment that Swizzy's shields get cracked, he falls back, and Mustache immediately picks up the slack.
It's going to be tough because now we're going right back on over the open, and most of this next zone is just all low ground except for the far western side of it all, where there's going to be a mountain that you can try to attach to. So you got to make sure you plan ahead, peek through the cone, get the information. Yamzo, Clicks, and Higgs are doing just that. They're not the highest up, they're not the lowest either, but they're assessing the situation. Do we need to drop down further? Or do you let a team like Pigstorm and Demas get in front of you and try to land the damage? But not everybody is feeling as safe. Not everybody is feeling as comfortable. 66 damage above the threshold. Hvk, Panzer, and Seti, even though they're inside of that top 10, they still need to make that consistency count.
But do they have any flowberry things or crash pads? Because it's going to be difficult for them to work their way up and down this elevation. The way that the zones are pulling here, Mr. Savage, Reason, and Chop now trying to see if they can work their way up from the underbelly of the lobby. They've got a semi-isolated layer, but they're going to be forced to drop. They don't have the materials to keep targeting through that mid-ground section. And underneath, where all of the congestion is very likely to start pulling into, that's just open season now for Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache.
Savage team 2 points away from hitting that top 5. And the thing is, they were 1 point away, almost missing the Major 3 Grand Finals. They were 2 points in that last spot to secure the global spot. A miracle run is coming out. It's Queasy, once again, with 2,000 damage, back-to-back games above the threshold. Hvk, Panzer, Seti, they're feeling the pressure from up above. You see a huge lack of not only materials, but resources as well. He gets cut short. The wall breaks him off. He's going to go down. But for Hvk and Seti, this is everything.
They're still trying to see what kind of placement points they might be able to collect. Every little bit counts for that team, but Vanya, secondary height, Cammy, Hottie, and Hydra, they've also been rather quiet throughout today, Jacob, but that could change in an instant. Mr. Savage, Reason, and Chap now trying to make sure that their back top is fully closed off, but Savage not having the opportunity yet to keep building through. Chap picking up where his IGL left off. That is always what you would hope for in a team. Yamzo is sadly going to have to play it through with just Higgs, though, and this is a tough spot to be in, unless Higgs finds a big elimination for the refresh.
That was not only points for the elimination, but placement points as well. The full trio's wiped off the map. Acorn, Savage, King, Tayson, all going down. Yamzo as well. A good shot being landed, but not good enough. He gets steamrolled by Dark. Marius is the one who took down Boyle. Him and Vanya are feeling the pain as well, because they have to do it without Pixie.
But they've at least got frontside low control, and that's going to have to be enough. They're going to need as many eliminations as possible because they need more materials, and we haven't even started the conversation of how to deal with Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache up above everybody else in this lobby looking substantially healthier too.
I feel like I've seen this episode of Fortnite before. Game 2, Game 3, and it's looking like it could be possible for Game 4. 370 points and counting. Only 2 teams in front of them. Both of them weak. Vanya's trying to do what he can, but he
off the ball. They get the wipe on the one. They're looking to close this one out as well. Marius in his line of sight, but Swizzy, he takes a big shot. That's a surprise attack. Luckily for him, his two teammates have his back. Versailles gets the drop on Marius, stays alive. They're targeting out Vanya. 3v1 situation, and they go back to win another game.
La hauteur elle est maîtrisée, mais à la perfection. Tu peux carrément en termes de descendre. Regarde, on est
2025 Globals performance, Jacob. This is insanity what we are witnessing right now, and they deserve all of the credit. But Frankie, let me know what else they have to say.
Incroyable, Leon! Swizzy, please stand up. Can you believe this is happening?
Yeah, I knew we were gonna win.
You knew it. You are playing like you knew it too. Queasy, you've been to so many of these events, but I don't think this has ever happened to you. Back to back to back. Surely you can't believe what's happening right now.
I mean, I can. We practice a lot. So just lucky it's paying off right now. We need to just keep playing and hopefully we'll win.
It's been really interesting to also see what's happening with the North American teams. On the analyst desk, they were talking about the fact that in North America, the top teams are conditioning the lobby all the way through the season, but that's not happening on Globals. Is it simply a case of not fearing the competition, not believing their hype?
I mean, we're just playing our play style. There's like nothing, like we're not gonna play low ground if we don't know how to play low ground, so we're just staying on high and playing that, you know.
Actually, you did well for 3 games, for your team, but also for the crowd. Are you proud of that?
Yeah, I'm so proud. I'm proud of my fans, I'm proud of my teammates, like, they're crazy.
And for you, will you keep the high ground for the next 9 games again?
I mean, the strat is take high, don't die. That's it.
Ils vont continuer comme ils peuvent, mais ils donnent beaucoup d'énergie pour vous, ils sont très fiers pour vous et aussi leur communauté et surtout leur trio. Thank you very much. It's crazy. You have another word for your crowd over there just in front of you.
I mean, I want to thank to every fan that came here watching us, and even if you're not here but watching, I want to say thanks to everyone. It's been the support ever.
Thank you.
Leon, one more time, please show your appreciation for Queasy, Swizzy and Mustache! We are heading to a break. We'll be back with game number 5.
Get scared? Do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. Pas maintenant.
You made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you.
Welcome back, Fortnite fam, to the Global Championships. My name is Zeke. Joining us here on the Analyst Desk, we've got Mini Miner, we've got 11-2K, and man, oh man, did we just have another game won by Hvk. The three back to back.
Zeke, you know what's happening right now?
What's happening?
I don't think you know what's happening right now.
Tell me.
The last time Hvk played a major final and won 3 games in a row,
he won
6 out of 12. He went on to win the next 2 games after that. He won 5 games in a row back in Chapter 4, Season 2 when he was playing with Veno. These guys don't look like they're slowing down anytime sooner. Our EU savior. Our EU savior. Thank you. We might finally get one. Oh my goodness.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. They're playing perfect end games right now, perfect height. Just Hvk playstyle personified seeing them play right now. And, you know, we mentioned that 6 out of 12, right? They played a very similar style of play, that high ground. But I think they sort of they were a little bit adjusted this time. I think in that time, when they were playing for that 6 out of 12 and they won 6 out of 12, they were doing very, very well at retaking height with Bennett, right? Yeah. This time, they're taking it a lot earlier. We can see it right here, just building up really high and taking it early as the 8th zone here.
One thing I really loved, right, is, you know, Frankie was asking Hvk about the timing of when they take height. And, you know, a lot of the time he's received criticism in games and maybe people perceive them to take it too early. And he said, it's never too early to take height, right? I know what I'm doing. And, I mean, at this point, you just have to trust the guy. My mind is blown. 3 wins back-to-back on land.
Wow.
Like, I don't think people are really clocking how insane this is right now.
This feels almost like a major tournament, right? It feels like I'm going back, but then we remind ourselves, this is a global championship stage. These are some of the best trios from around the world, and he's making this look like it's just a normal, everyday game for him.
I mean, they're taking it early, but the way that they actually hold on to it is so, so good. When there's people crash panning up onto height, they don't panic. A lot of teams that are new to height, maybe don't play it so well, they will panic. They'll struggle. They won't deal with it as well, and you can see it right here. Vanya tried to take it right there at the end to try and take over the game, but they were calm, they were cool, they were collected. You saw it in the interview there at the end. Hvk's just won 3 games out of 4 on land, and he's like, yeah, we're just going to keep trying to play our game. Like, he's so chill. I don't know how he's doing it. We saw Kanada jumping around after the first game. I like that from the IGL, though.
Oh, look at the numbers here, man. Wow. Before this game, I'd be curious to see what the updated stats are, but I was looking at the numbers before this game. Swizzy was leading damage, right? He had about 6,600 damage. The next person, second place, had like 3,000.
Wow.
Right? So he was already leading damage by double the second place. I can only imagine now it's even more. It might be triple at this point. These guys are going crazy. They're playing the best Fortnite of their lives at the perfect time.
It's so crazy to just think about like how this team is looking to attack any problem that is coming up. And I gotta say, this last game, endgame, was actually kind of crazy, right? It's like N8 versus N8, and you kind of don't know who to root for in that situation. M8's just like, ah! You know? But to see Vanya make it to this end game and kind of fight it out here in the final few moments of the game, props to both sides. And still, right, maybe they didn't get the victory out, but they still placed second. That's so much in terms of placement.
Yeah,
these guys are unbelievable, right? But these guys are doing a great job of staying in this competition, fighting in this competition. You know, earlier maybe a bit more quieter, but they're starting to show us their prowess. I think the great thing about them as well is that we've seen them at times this year struggle when they try to go for height, and it doesn't work out for them. In this game, you know, they tried to take it, didn't work out, but they still make a good game out of it.
Yeah, and that's absolutely crucial. It's Marius, it's the fraggers that are doing a very good job. Of course, Pixel went down a little bit earlier here, so Vanya had to do a really good job, but I'm really impressed with how Marius is handling the pressure right here. Of course, there's been a lot of eyes on him over the last couple of years. Is he this sort of big fragger that everyone knows him for? Yes, proving it on the big stage. And this is, of course, a big moment for him being on LAN as well. So lots of questions going into this. They're answering it so far. The problem is, Hvk's just doing so well that they're struggling to catch up, but it's a really nice game. So they're moving up in the stand.
Let's take a little peek at the second page, though, right? Let's just kind of roll things down. How are things looking, right? We see Agers, Hoyo, and Acorn. What's crazy is I kind of didn't expect to see them this high up.
Je vais te montrer ou pas? Monte ton dos, monte-nous. Ouais. Darka. Ouais.
attends, mec. Non, moi je monte dans le vlog, je monte dans le vlog. Les gars, vous m'entendez ou pas? Dites-moi. Il y a le crack, Ewan, Ditray, Miato. Bah, je sais pas, là, ça s'actualise pas, je viens de lancer. Yo, Rin, ça va ou quoi, mec? Et les gars, dites-moi si vous m'entendez. Si vous voulez venir prendre une photo avec moi. Oui, on t'entend. Giro la photo. Ouais, ça monte, regarde. C'est Giro la photo, les mecs. Ouais, Giro la photo avec Darkta, les gars. Vous voulez passer dans le live ou pas? Non? Regardez, les gars, là, y'a qui? Ils seront petits. C'est un abonné, les gars. J'ai fait les FNCS avec lui. Vous avez tout. Les gars, si vous voulez venir, on est en bas des escalators. Venez.
Dans cette vidéo, j'ai organisé le plus gros tournoi de joueurs Switch sur Fortnite. À l'intérieur, 100 abonnés, tous jouant sur l'une des 4 versions de la Nintendo Switch disponibles sur le marché. Leur objectif, montrer de... Avec cette vidéo, je pars vraiment à la découverte de la communauté filtrée dans le tournoi. Bref, bienvenue à... Mais juste avant, pensez au code notre dans la boutique. Et bon visionnage à tous. Ok, alors on est bien dans un lobby de Switch parce que... Ils sont tous en train de spawn sous mes yeux. Qui sont déjà connectés. Il y a les Switch 1 qui sont en train de se connecter.
Oh, ça arrive tout doucement, tout doucement. Il y a les OLED avant aussi.
Ah voilà, il y en a qui ont des Switch un peu moins performantes que d'autres. Mais ça y est, alors que le bus est en train de partir, il y en a encore qui rejoignent la game.
Allez, je vais gagner. Oh, imagine, je gagne. Ça sera un truc de ouf. Attends, tu sais que je joue manette depuis. Ça fait combien de temps que je joue manette?
Et c'est parti. Bonne chance à tous les joueurs Switch. Remerciez tous ces chauffeurs de bus. Il est temps de découvrir qui sera le meilleur joueur Switch de la communauté. Bienvenue dans ce tournoi. Jitko, je te souhaite bonne chance et que le meilleur l'emporte.
Ok, je vais spawn ici. Faudrait pas que Natmore il puisse me trouver, donc je me suis dit, allez, on va là-bas. Les gars, j'ai mis un skin, je connais rien. Mon skin il vaut littéralement, attendez, je vais aller regarder parce que skin, double et mix. Attendez, je vous montre ça, guettez. Oh, il est sold out. Mais en vrai, si tu veux le trouver aujourd'hui, c'est une valeur de plus de 10 000 €, voilà. Autrement dit, il faut que je me mêle à la troupe, mais c'est un peu compliqué avec le skin, mais vas-y, j'y crois, j'y crois.
Bon, et du coup, pour ce tournoi, moi, je vais mourir le plus rapidement possible. Mon but, il est simple, trouver un favori dans la game et surtout découvrir à quel point les joueurs Switch ont pris du niveau. Parce que moi, je me souviens surtout des youtubeurs à l'époque qui découvraient la Switch 1 ou même qui ont découvert la Switch 2 récemment, mais j'ai aucune idée d'à quel point les gens sont vraiment forts avec cette console. Et je me dis, si ça se trouve, dans mes propres games, je me fais dézinguer par des joueurs Switch sans le savoir. En tout cas, si je peux trouver un petit peu d'action pour ce début de partie, je dirais pas non. Et c'est pour ça que je vais essayer de switch entre les joueurs.
Ok, on est plutôt bien. Il y a des mecs qui vont atterrir bientôt, j'ai l'impression. Oui, je vais en planeur, Faut que j'aille le fumer. En vrai, si j'arrive à le check, non, vous savez, c'est un truc de ouf. Si j'arrive à le tuer, je devrais fuir. Je joue jamais de Switch, ni de Switch. Vous savez quoi? Hop, on s'accroupit. On est plutôt bien.
Vas-y, mon gars, est-ce que t'as un petit peu de construction sur toi? Est-ce que tu serais chaud de
Allô? Moi, allô?
Non, il a pas allô.
Ou allô?
Arrête de faire... Arrête de dire... Non. Arrête de faire ta voix de grand.
Les gars, je fais total du tout.
Voilà, il fait trop le fou avec moi. Du coup, je suis une Maman, mais te mets pas devant. Regarde comment je suis, maman. Mais ouais, mais te mets pas devant. Vas-y, maintenant, je ne plus. Attention, je vais te mettre ça.
Allô les gars, vous m'entendez?
Ouais.
Ok.
Mais voilà. C'est mon 20 et maintenant j'ai plus d'endroit pour respawn.
Crac ici.
Oh. C'est chaud de se mettre à couper comme ça. Il est accroupi.
Vous suivez la Coupe du Monde ou pas, vous?
La Coupe du Monde.
De Fortnite.
C'est quoi ça?
Bah, Fortnite, ils ont fait une Coupe du Monde, quoi.
Ah, ça!
Ouais.
Non, je la fais pas, la cup.
Mais non, mais est-ce que vous suivez parce que t'es pas quoi, du coup
Ah, mais on peut toujours la faire, la cup.
Non, mais en fait ça, c'est que pour les meilleurs joueurs du monde.
Ah.
Mais moi, je la regarde. Je suis en stream de Waz et Z4.
Ah, zé. Mais Z4, il fait pas partie des meilleurs joueurs du monde. Hein.
Mais non, mais parce que lui, il casse la Hvk. Une structure française.
De quoi?
Hvk, ils suivent Hvk. Non, si tu veux, Waz et Z4, ils stream pour voir Hvk et tout. À la World Cup.
Ah, c'est la World Cup. Ah, oui.
La World.
Je préfère regarder un match de foot que sur ça.
Ok.
Et avec un truc, j'ai mis à 84. Un passe de ski. Non, par contre, il a space il va pas fight. Ça se fait pas. Il a space 12. Carnot, il parle. En plus, il est mort avec un space. Il est mort avec un space.
Oh, le truc de chier. Tenez si vous voulez.
Bah ouais.
Vous inquiétez pas, je vais tempo.
Il y a un autre mec avec un space qui vient, mais il viendrait. Mais il arrive, mais en moins de ça. Je suis bête. Je suis bête. Ouais, je suis bête. Pourquoi j'ai le cas? Où est-ce que je... buisson? Si sur ce buisson, le buisson il en zone. Oh.
C'est hard.
C'est facile. Pourquoi il y a 0 personnes avec moi? Venez, non? Là, tu fous quoi? Ils veulent le Steph? Parce qu'il t'a sorti fou.
Non.
Si.
Non, non.
Arrête de mytho.
C'est toi, arrête de mytho. Sûrement il y a des mecs. Crac.
Théo, t'es réveillé?
Ouais.
Non, toi.
Ouais. Oui.
Oh.
Ils sont gênants, femme. Ils sont gênants, ils sont gênants. Ils sont 3 femmes. Tellement les mecs en recharge.
What's up, fish?
Karen, bro, Karen, c'est pas cool. À part son Steph, il y a un qui lui intéresse beaucoup.
Slagen was Matthias.
En plus, il est jeune. Ok, il est venu que ça. Il va quand même monter, il va fight. C'est le mec qui fait une coupe, mais il fait pas vraiment. Il sait jouer.
crack.
J'ai les deux skins les plus rares de Fortnite. Il y a quelques jours, je me baladais dans mon casier quand j'ai découvert que j'avais 2 fois le même. Elle arrive, j'ai pour son temps.
Choqué, les gars, la 3ème sur 5. C'est quoi ça?
J'ai hâte de voir les stats sur Twitter, c'est que les zones qui sont du mal superposées.
Bah, la game 2, 3, non 2, 4, 5, c'est Floodgate. Et la drop qui a 30 au-dessus, ouais, la Storm qui fait pas plaisir, on va peut-être devoir rush quelqu'un et vous voyez, il se TP les gens, c'est compliqué de toucher sur des balles d'air à ce niveau-là. On va être obligé de prendre un fight, je pense, malheureusement pour iDrop.
Always possible, and you can see Pixstar and Demons in that exact situation. Even with the 306 above the damage threshold, you're seeing the sides that they have to rotate in Taco stacked like pancakes.
It's just so impressive to think that this is a team, this is their first land, and they're not playing anything like it. But Mr. Savage, Chad, they now gotta see if they can pull together here. Breezer with a double revive, they bring him back up into the mix, but they still have such an uphill battle to tackle here because they're so far behind. And look at all these teams that are piled in just in front of them. That edge is going to be tough to break into.
Yeah, and that's where you see Sphinx and them trying to be the trolls underneath the bridge, a little bit of a safer rotation, talk about natural elements to try to use and crowd some of these shots. At 488, drastically below, almost need 3 straight eliminations. Savage is looking, but he's finding nothing but the lobby.
back they go, and a huge boost right there for Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, because they are relatively high up above, but it's still loot. You can see half of the fizz gone, half of the splash is gone, so that was a must.
I think the bigger relief, though, for Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx is that they know with Mr. Savage's team having been wiped, there's nobody behind them. So now they can push forward and just control that more uncontested area of the zone. Still need to be wary, though. Are catching glimpses of Kanata, Bolt, and Rapid in the distance. And of course, Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache steadily starting to scale their way up towards an elevated position, but there's several other teams nearby that have the same intentions.
Yeah, you guys see multiple teams in the distance. Thunderbolt striking down. That Storm Surge, even though Swizzy, Queasy, Mustache don't exactly know those teams are below it, they will hear the shields crack. King's gonna go down, but Poyo is the one that's potentially stealing away those points. And maybe even the loot as it fully gets cleaned up. Swizzy, Queasy, Mustache put the full target down on a PH in. He's just trying to get some of that loot from his fallen comrade.
Do Swizzy and Mustache ever miss?
No.
The answer's gonna be no. Okay, PH in, eliminated. Mustache with another one. But that's actually gonna be the first one of this lobby. They've just been collecting so many eliminations throughout today's lobbies, Jacob. It's almost crazy to think that that's their first, but Queasy could be in trouble. Does manage to break away from where Bolt, Rapid, and Kanata are at, but Kanata, you know that he's scheming inside of this middle section. He wants to maybe try and set up for a creator on their backtrack, but they know there's another team directly underneath them. It's gonna be School and South go caught off guard. They're not gonna be able to make that transition. Art still trying to press forward, but he's stuck in the corner. Art trying to fight back, but there's nowhere left to run, and Bolt finds that elimination.
That is a lightning strike if I've ever seen one myself. Bolt taking down all 3 players of the NA West Major 2 champions, Archschool and Southco. The thing about Archschool and Southco, I saw it for just a quick moment, they were below the damage threshold as well. So their aggression, even though they are picking up eliminations, isn't working out as good as they hoped.
But it's still a damper for Kanata and Bolt. Bolt's now losing all of his shields. Still, he'll have the opportunity to recover that latest loss of Rapid. That's really going to start impacting where Bolt and Kanata might end up here. Fortunately for them, Zone pulling a little bit away from those mountain faces, so as a duo they still want to break through the low ground, but Queasy, Mustache, Swizzy, Gentleman's getting absolutely ballistic in this audience right now, and for good reason. Mustache said it, we're just gonna keep winning, and they've got 3 already at the international level, Jacob. A land historic event, and they're still looking to see if they can get more.
We are literally watching the Queasy legacy in the making. Levin said it himself. The last time Queasy won 3 games in a row, he went on not only to win that major, but win 6 out of 12 games. Something that has never been done on that region of EU ever before and ever again. And this could be that moment in history that you look back at when you talk about how great Queasy actually is. It is all because of this, but there's still so many threats in their path. They just have to look up. They have to try to go for high ground and stop the freight trade. Clicks, Higgs, and Yamto. They have been known to do it on NA Central. They just have to figure out how to do it here on the international stage.
And they might have to deal with Pars, Baka, and Pump along the way. Yepko, Seti, Panzer. They've also done a rather excellent job at just maintaining consistent performances, and they're looking for yet another repeat here, trying to clear some space in that secondary height, but they know if they want their odds to turn this into a victory royale, they're gonna need more than just secondary height. Pump falls to Clicks. This is big time for Xset because they need to pop off here.
Yeah, they truly are looking elite as a trio and taking the front side of the zone, something Yamto knows to do best, but they have to be careful. Marius, Vanya, and Pixie, they're bouncing around with those crash pads, instantly climbing up that mountain, and that just means better positioning right away, and it gives them that luxury to look back, see all these other players rotate through. He's peeking through the stair, he sees Acorn, Adris, and Poyo, but it's not ready to go for it just yet, and nobody has even had an opportunity to look up. They're attacked at the backside of zone, they're attached right in the middle. It's not even going to be easy when somebody eventually does.
But that's the problem. Nobody else can actually make their way up towards the high ground because Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache refuse to budge. They just keep shutting down every single opportunity, forcing these teams to converge onto each other as Hydra now trying to see if he can collect an elimination. elimination there, a knock, anything. He needs a massive refresh here, but it's Pixie.
Quoi?
Thaddeus, Pixie, and Vanya.
Non.
Looking to see what more they can seek out.
J'ai pas pris les clés. Non, commencez pas comme tout à l'heure. Non.
Everybody else feeling the same thing. Fortunately, Amzo, Higgs, and Clicks to drop down low. The blessing is they're in the front side of zone, so they have a little bit more to work with.
But the control from Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache on the high ground, Jacob, they're forcing all of these teams to swap players to ultimate low. And with that in mind, Mustache, Queasy, Swizzy, just non-stop berating. These teams are forced. They're looking up, they're looking down, they're trying to find refreshes, but they have no breathing room. They are being suffocated right now by height.
With the conversations going on before the Global Championship, Blue probably smiling ear to ear right now with EU doing the performance that they are, but Canada both, they're trying to channel how they played in game number 1, finds a key elimination on the Reed, not just elimination points, but placements as well. Cammy falls, more points from the lobby. Swizzy's trying to drop down low, he's just getting loot, he's bringing it back up to his IGL.
And that is all Swizzy has to keep tabs on alongside Mustache. Everything getting dropped at Queasy's feet so he can have the ultimate success here. But Marius, he's in too much trouble. Marius trying to squeeze away. It's Hvk, it's Veno, and Flixie chasing them down. They know that they're going to have to clear out all of these players inside of these lower layers if they want a real shot at beating Queasy up on height.
Yeah, if there's any team that I think has a chance to look up and at least give them a fight, it is going to be them, as Marius is forced outside of the zone, almost a 1v1 against Clicks, and Clicks gets the knock. Can he get the elimination? No, he can't. No siphon for him, but the battle, the inevitability is finally here. Vico's taking charge, but he's also taking most of that damage. Flixie's forced to reload. Veno is in that mid-cut as well, a challenge that they did not find success on, but relatively so. Even if they might not have the high ground, they put Queasy and Mustache on the back foot.
And that's the problem, Queasy, Mustache. They can still tank a little bit of zone here just because of that exotic fizz, but at the same time, Hvk, Veno, Flixie, they're now trying to remind everybody this might be Queasy's 30 so far, but we still want to take the from that. Mustache finding the biggest elimination on the Veno, the siphon carrying him forward. The hopes of Gentleman now resting on his shoulders. Flixie trying to hang, but Flixie wins it all, shutting down the dream. You better.
We talked about the 6 of 12. It was with that man right there, Veno, with Hvk and Flixie by his side. They are looking like a terror on the lobby. Frankie, we gotta hear one from them by themselves.
We need to hear what you have to say, Flixie. What's it like getting a victory royale here on LAN in Leon?
Great. I mean, we died on spawn, we clutched the game. It's really good.
Yeah, you clutched the game. I mean, it was quite the competition between you and the leaders of the lobby. Were you aware it was Queasy you were up against?
I mean, we knew it was Queasy, but we were better than them, so we just went up and killed them.
I think you might need to get a few more victory royales before you can say that. I do want to come to you, Veno, obviously up against an ex-teammate you know really well. Does that make it a bit more satisfying or even a little bit more in your head? You know each other so well.
Nah, if I can't win this tourney, I want Queasy to win.
Oh, I've never heard him say such nice things. Thank you, Veno. And of course, Choco, à toi pour Hvk.
How do you feel after this first victory royale, and how will you do the second one?
Hey, I mean, I feel great, you know. We finally got a win that we wanted, you know. We're still calm though, but it's kind of hard. But hey, I mean, we're doing the best of it. Next round, you know, we're gonna win our spawn, we're gonna win the game again, you know. We're gonna catch up to Queasy finally and shit. So, yeah.
Ils sont très déterminés à remonter dans ce classement et à continuer de monter. Ils adorent et surtout ils sont très confiants pour aller chercher une deuxième victoire.
Are you expecting to still be contested at Canyon Crossing?
I mean, we were expecting it because they were 9 down 8, but I think there's no point for them to contest because, I don't know, even if they're winning, they're not getting good games, so...
Well, we will see after this short break.
feel lost? I can smell fear. Been there before.
Il a dit ouais les fins des 8 ils m'énervent, je vais faire que spawn sur des joueurs 8, c'est pour ça qu'il a spawn sur Pixie. Parce qu'il voulait spawn sur le mec qui Varus.
Pourquoi il va pas les spawn sur l'autre là?
Et parce qu'il est pote avec Merstache, Squeezie. Excusez. Mais ouais, du coup il a dit ça, il a dit ouais voilà, moi je peux plus gagner, les fins des 8 ils m'énervent, je vais les spawn sur un joueur. En tout cas, tout ce qu'il faut préciser les amis, c'est que ça reste assez serré sauf le top 1 qui forcément encore une fois s'avance 461 points pour Squeezie Merstache aussi. Mais la bonne nouvelle, c'est que sur cette game, étant donné qu'ils ont fait top 2 avec seulement 2 kills, ils ont pris une soixantaine de points. Alors, ça reste beaucoup, mais ça reste énorme, beaucoup moins par rapport à ce que par exemple vient de faire les Foutus en seulement une seule game, 120 points. Donc on peut espérer que par exemple, si jamais Pixie puisse faire une bonne game, ça fera la même chose, ça fera 120 points, il sera pas très loin d'eux. Je pense que tout peut encore jouer. Tout peut encore se jouer. Pixie bien sûr 207, Hydrop 239. Peut-être qu'on peut aller voir la page suivante dans Wewalk, peut-être qu'il est resté dans le top 1.
C'est marqué une trentaine de points là.
Il a encore lâché de place. Petit à petit.
Ouais c'est ça. On grimpe.
On y va doucement les gars.
Les gars, on va rentrer dans la dernière game là d'ici quelques minutes. Regardez un peu le classement. Putain, moi qui on va être sur le 30e. C'est dur, mais est-ce qu'on s'en fout un peu? Oui. Je crois que c'était la 30e et 31e. Voilà, ils ont 180, 170 d'écart avec les deuxièmes. J'aime comprendre ce City qui font un très bon tournoi aussi, un très régulier, pas mal de kills. Et à 40.
Ça fait très plaisir de vous avoir encore aussi nombreux sur ce cadre. Vous êtes plus de 16 000 sur YouTube, 5 000 sur Twitch. Bienvenue à tous et toutes. N'hésitez pas à follow les comptes d'Avok qui sont en description et à follow nos chaînes avec moi, ça fait très plaisir.
Il faudrait lâcher un top 1 sur la dernière game. Il n'y a pas encore une top 1, on a eu 2 top 2, des bonnes games, mais là il faut aller chercher le top 1. Faut nous laisser la place, faut montrer que nous aussi on peut aller chercher ces wins. Ça
voilà,
s'arrête beaucoup là.
J'aimerais bien un top 1 de Pixie ou Hydrop et qu'on monte sur la deuxième place.
Ouais,
ça serait cool.
En fait, Nexus,
comme l'a dit Waz, Peterbock ne se posera pas sur les premiers parce que c'est ses copains. Squeezie, Merstache, Squeezie, donc il ne se posera pas sur eux. Par contre, si jamais son but c'est vraiment de spawn sur les buts parce que les fans le rendent dingue, on peut espérer qu'il aille sur Puyo, mais bon, Puyo c'est son teammate, son copain aussi, il voit pas pourquoi il ferait ça.
Je pense que là, si jamais il veut juste ruine d'autres espoirs de Hvk, il va être spawn 6 games sur 6. Comme par hasard, c'est toujours.
Welcome back, Fortnite fans, to the Global Championship. What could have ended in a crazy way results in Hvk-nytrox-rvg finding themselves a victory royale in game number 5. EU is truly on top right now. My gosh, I love the responses as well from the trio. Keeping it humble, keeping it honest. So for them, you know, especially now with one game to go, this is such a great way to go into that final game to kind of start setting up for day number 2.
Such perfect timing for these guys, right? Coming into the last game right now, winning game number 5. And in the manner in which they did it, Levin, it's very similar to what we've seen throughout this entire season, an entire sort of year from these guys. The way they play high, the way they try and retake it. Hvk did make it a little bit difficult for them. It wasn't absolutely straightforward, so they had to drop down. But, I mean, this is exactly what we expected from these guys this weekend. They're finally awoken.
I'm going to throw some shade to my brother Zeke. No. I'm sorry I have to do it to you, Zeke.
Don't do it.
Zone 11, we're watching Flixie. He looks up to high. He's looking up. He's scouting it. Zeke goes, yeah, man, don't even bother looking at high. Don't even bother looking at high. But again, we can't blame Zeke, right? He's been on the NA for ages. Us EU watchers know when it's Flixie, Venom, Hvk, a late high tick, zone 11 high tick, it's their specialty. Again, like you said, not executed as cleanly, but executed like they know well. And a really big game from them here. It's a great momentum boost and a great response like they were alluding to after going down the spawn in the previous game.
Listen, I just wanted Squeezie to win again. Okay, I wanted to see 6 in a row on land. Forgive me, Levin. I joined the EU crew. You know what? Maybe EU isn't on top. Going back to NA where I belong. Obviously, you know, still on the other side of that, easy. Like, if they had won that game, it would have been insane. The fact that they placed second, though, is still amazing, right? Like, you cannot die. But, of course, if they had won the game, it just would have been just the tiniest bit better. My gosh, Squeezie, Merstache, Squeezie popping off here. 461 points, if I remember correctly. These guys are on fire, Mini. I don't know how we stop them.
I mean, honestly, they were set up for success this entire end game. They really did well to claim that high ground like we expected them to do, going towards the zone. They had a nice favorable pull, of course, over to that hill. And then when Hvk actually built out into the zone, which I thought was a really nice play, if zone was to pull over that hill, it ended up pulling the other way. So they did, of course, have to invest on materials, which is why they ended up going down a little bit earlier here. But I mean, what a clutch
Comme on l'a déjà dit, hein, c'est bien cette remise de veille, mais c'est beaucoup trop tard si jamais on veut les freiner dans leur...
in the alternate universe where he wins that, because there is one. Right? He's so
Je sais pas comment appeler ça,
to the difference between a little bit of damage, regardless of that, though, right? Still a fantastic game to help them keep their lead, keep momentum, right? Because a lot of teams can have in a situation like this, and you know, speaking of Hvk when he won 6 at top, it almost sort of did happen where after they had won like the 6th game, you know, they're almost like everything's won, we've won it, you know, they have a bit of a mediocre game, and like the momentum, so that's fine, we've won the tournament. These guys haven't won the tournament yet, they need to keep that momentum. That's still a great game.
That's right, man. One game left to go before we say goodbye for the first half of the day of the competition. You heard that sound. The battle bus is ready.
Et d'ailleurs, vous avez vu à quel point comment tous ceux qui sont dans le top du classement, ils sont basés sur le haut de la scène. Alors, c'est une coïncidence, j'espère. C'est les GOATs. Allez, dernière game de ce day 1 de la World Cup 2025 des globales. Est-ce que une bonne game de tout noir qui sont dans le haut du classement comme on l'a souhaité là dans ce day 1. Et on va avoir une surprise encore dans le tournoi, voir un pote qui vient, qui déjà bien au courant si jamais.
Massive shout out and love to
Allez,
the fans here in the crowd. But firstly, Jacob, we have to tackle the elephant in the room. It's what's been taking place between Prodoxy and Payson since we last peeked in over at Hvk Factory in the previous lobby, and how we're back at home.
I was about to laugh to myself. You're talking about Prodoxy and Payson. But what about the 50 other teams that end up over at Rangers throughout the course of the game? They realize how this fight goes. Typically, it might be less than one person trying to clutch up as Prodoxy gets that first sweeper shotgun. It's going to work out perfectly. Chicho goes down. Jason follows that. That's back-to-back elimination. Chito's going to go down. That's going to give him an opportunity back. Notice that Prodoxy has no more ammo in his shotgun, and Rich is trying to take advantage of that fact. He finally picks up a few, but the damage has already been done. Perez with only 3 HP, and Pablo and Prodoxy on the other side, or at least a duo, a strong duo at that. And they have a chance here to end the fight, and they do so with ease.
I want to believe, but when Pablo is just that healthy, the outcome is basically inevitable. Prodoxy, Chino, and Pablo Wingo will play out the duration of Lobby 6, and this time it was so fast that Brazil likely won't be able to stroll on over and try to play spoiler.
I mean, I did see in the feed, there was a team that was going in that direction. They saw the fight end in the feed. They said, you know what, maybe next game, maybe tomorrow we'll do this.
Let me lead the other way.
Yeah, but you see what's going down here right now. They actually chose to split the drop. Toyota, Yume, and Raise are going to take the top side of Canyon. That comes with the swarm. That comes with a little bit of XP. But Vico, Flixie, and Benno, they're taking actual Canyon's crossing. There's a little bit more loot over here for them. And they said, hey, things haven't been going our way in the actual fight. Let's actually try to play some of these games out. And even last game, they did that exact thing, and it worked out. You saw them win that game.
There's still a leaderboard that teams want to play for prizing, Jacob. Even if it might not necessarily be a threat to first, or even the top 3 in general, it's still opportunity for life-changing money, right? And Epic Whale, Paper, Victor V, they're looking to tackle Razzle, Teite, and Raito. They have primary control of Dystopia City. They've pushed Raito's team towards the edge, but Epic Whale still needs to try and connect another shot here. He knows that Paper is going to have that overhead sightseeing, and Razzle, not a whole lot of materials, but Paper just trying to stay on top of the spire, just trying to see if he can apply more pressure for Victor V to capitalize on.
Yeah, my eyes initially peeked at Shining Fan with Cammy lands. I saw them, but now you saw Ritual in the distance. As Rox being in Malabuka, they're taking the fight on over. That's Aspect's team, and Aspect was the one that was landing towards the Kappa Factory. So you're already seeing they're changing up their game plan. They're trying to steal away some loot away from Malabuka and Wox, but that's not something you want to do at all.
And Malabuka, Fox being more than happy to try and collect whatever opportunities come their way. They're willing to try and generate these occurrences themselves, and they are just chasing these teams way out to the outskirts. This is a big commitment, but if they find the eliminations, it's all worth it.
I like what they're doing here. They're just trying to trust in each other for the most part. One's going to go on over, try to see if they can find him, which doesn't look like they do. They immediately turn back. It's not worth it in their heads to go for it as Peterbot finally makes his position known along with Ritual and Cold, and they immediately jump onto Paper. He was positioned on top of that with his building. Tagging that team down below, was not watching his back, and that's exactly what's going to do him in the end. You see Victor V looking like the only player left alive for his team. He's just trying to disengage and at least try to give him a chance to get back on up.
But it's the fact that Victor V is still left standing. Bit tragic. The Paper Epic Whale, they just never saw it coming. The Crash Pad Fizz combination a little bit too potent here, and Paper punished for that overhead position and not keeping tabs of what's flying through the sky after him.
Honestly, depending on where the zone goes, it's going to help their chances or hurt them for Victor V, trying to get his entire team back in the game. We kind of saw more and more teams throughout the day kind of move over into this position, and that's going to remain the same. One all the way towards the north. Tisco and his trio, literally inside of Ranger's Ruin as well, but they're positioned above. And then Ferdoxy, who obviously knows where that team's at, where they're positioned, and he's at least trying to shoot off shots in their direction with that Stinger SMG, so he knows it's not going to get a ton of damage, but anything's better than nothing.
And Ferdoxy, Pablo, and Gina have just been playing whack-a-mole all day long. It's like the moment they take out one team, they still got to deal with another one popping up from seemingly nowhere, and Pablo still working through the lobby. Grise and Coyota going to be victims at the other end of that shotgun barrel, but Yuma still trying to do what he can to pick up the pieces here. It was a nice knock onto Gino. Unfortunately, the 1 versus 2 situation, that's just so hard to convert into a victory there. So they're going to be put down temporarily, but things are getting messy here in the south side.
Yeah, this is not where I expect Benno and Hvk and Flixie to kind of end up, going all the way towards the south side of the map. That's given Alex and Resigns an opportunity to get the early surge, steal away some of this loot. And you can see what Benno, he has really no other choice. He knows the full team is all around, and a third party closed off into the distance. Even with 69 HP, he does have some extra shields, but he doesn't want to give away his position with those audio visuals. Alex finally found him out, and the full team is wiped off from Victory Royale to 30th place.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter when Benno tries to go after that. Alex Resigns and Anon, we're never going to let them leave this vicinity. It's just way too primed up of a chance, and they're not going to come by often, but still, Alex Resigns got to keep open eyes on the map, because Mixin and Focus, they might just have a chance to shut down everything that Alex just worked to accomplish. But Alex spots him out through the window, and Alex not going to be able to get that shot just yet, but still, the damage has been done. Focus, Mixin, they're bailing.
Yeah, and they're only a duo. That's basically giving away your position for Alex and On and Resign to make that decision. Do we fight it? Do we beat him on towards the mountain priority position? What's more important here? And I honestly like their decision to close out the day, play a little bit more aggressive, try to get more points, and already they get the knock onto Focus. Now they're in a 3v1 situation, and they're already spotting Mixin on the other side. He tries to go for the 1v1, the 50-50, and it's so quick. Alex, Resign, and Anon, they get their 4th elimination of the game.
And look, the leaderboard might be telling one story, but the real narrative is that Oshi's got some real fighting power with Alex, Resigns, and Anon. And it's unfortunate that they just haven't had anybody to really get their surge in, so it's just been so difficult for them to actually traverse every single one of their rotates, if they even make it off of their initial drop in the first place. But it's been a completely different story, as we all know, for Swizzy, Queasy, and Murstache. They have been titans of this lobby, and even with Murstache being knocked, no problem whatsoever, because they're not going to be keyed anytime soon. It's just not worth the effort from the team that they're trading blows with. They know it's way too dangerous to actually make that trek.
And it's almost kind of like having me ask myself a question in my head for Vortex, Goofy, and Mountain. When do you stop targeting Queasy and his entire trio on the other side? Because even though that's helping them get some Storm Surge, it's helping Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy a lot more, and they're bringing it much further on into the game. In the feed, Arc taking down one of the members of OCE Power's team. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, because of their early aggression, they're able to get the Queen out of Dystopia City and immediately make their way on over towards that vault, where they're not only able to have that mythic AR, but they have the exotic as well.
And while we are seeing some mild forms of success currently for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, the big thing to keep in mind here, Jacob, is that for a lot of these international teams and just other teams in the lobby in general, it can be very difficult to really find an opening. And you know, you're talking about Goopy and Mountain and what they're capable of, and is this even worth taking the battle? But they're in a pick your poison situation. They're so far northwest, their only options are Muzz, Mr. Savage, or Queasy. And they just keep landing on Queasy every time, while King and Phaser try to recover this battle up against Chino, Pablo, and Prodoxy.
Ooh, almost landed a good shot, but King, honestly, watching him throughout the season, when it comes to this double pump, it packs so much of a punch. He has Prodoxy and Chino on the slivers of HP, but unfortunately, the bait and switch comes through yet again. Pablo, knowing his teammates are weak, takes charge, gets that elimination onto King, leaving Phaser by himself. But it's so early on in the game, Taco. Third zone, one tick. Even though he has only one med kit, I'm not too worried because they're going to have to rotate out of that position.
Look, we know that King is good at fighting, but in this lobby right now, Pablo has just been better with everyone that he stumbled across. And that kind of performance can carry them a long way. It's starting to feel a little reminiscent, Jacob, of that early performance that they had to start this day off. 85 points secured in one lobby. And who's to say they couldn't do it again?
Just steady up on hands up, taking the most storm damage of all teams. With the way some of these games have been going, not too surprised. Zone moving towards the north in a couple of games, all the way towards the west. They land at Kappa. They have a contested fight, and then so many other teams along the way, they almost have no other choice, especially since this has been a huge part of their strategy when it comes to these surge bases, and they have that abundance of extra HP, so it's no worries.
But the conversation that's been building between the SETI Candy breakup, and we're looking at both of these separate trios having so much consistent success that they are both within our top 5 here in day 1. There's a real chance for SETI and Cammy to try and see, you know, who is really the problem. And right now, based off their performances, Jacob, I don't think either of them were. I think they're both just ready for a switch up.
I know when we talk about like some teams just forming, you know how they sometimes hit that honeymoon phase? What a perfect time for them to hit that phase and keep that consistency going. Coming together, qualifying in Major 3, and really taking that opportunity, just that chance to play the Global Championship and running away with it, same as Vanya, Marius, and Pixie. They get their drop spot uncontested, and honestly, whether it's contested or not, we saw Cold and his trio try to go ahead and make that their home, but that was quick work for them off that 50-50 drop off the side of the mountain. We're seeing a lot of our top teams here, how they're rotating with the zone pulling towards the top. A lot of them are beating other teams to the front. They're not taking that crowded position in towards the zone.
But this is really nice for Clintz, Higgs, and Yamcha as they continue to press forward because they're approaching that mountain range overhead of Foxy Floodgate. They're coming from that north side position, pushing south. They're going to have that little bit of elevation to work with. And we've even got a nice little listening to see what Clintz is getting up to.
Zappe parce que le plus important c'est de les retours. On arrive là ici. Avec la coupe, on est plus. Les scores sont 3-2-1.
I like it. They got the damage. And for a moment, it's like, hey, let's pick up the elimination, let's go and go for more. But they realize they're at the top side of the leaderboard. They don't have to take any unnecessary risk to close out the day. This is game 6 out of 12. So we got 6 more games tomorrow. And so honestly, for a lot of these teams, you just want to get as close to Queasy, Mustache, Swizzy as possible so we have a chance tomorrow.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache, Jacob, because while they're here tackling Brazil, Jin, Phaser already not. That's going to be the eliminations there. Excuse me, that's going to be King instead. Jacob, so much damage having been done there. And Queasy now on the back foot. He's actually going to have to depend on Mustache and Swizzy to close this one out because Chino, Prodoxy, Pablo, they've now entered this battlefield. And Prodoxy doesn't seem interested in leaving anytime soon.
Listen, blessing. This is a blessing for the entirety of the lobby, not just for Doxy, Pablo, and Chino here in this situation. You take them down, and I like taking matters into your own hands because fourth place, first place, second place for Queasy and them off the top of the leaderboard. You cannot expect them to go down early. Sometimes you have to do things yourself. Phaser might not even know that there's a whole trio up above, but he might not have the HP. Storm Sickness is a possibility. He might have no other choice but to move into this trio.
It's just witnessing what Roxy, Pablo, and Chino are able to accomplish when they finally have an opportunity to make it off spawn, Jacob. They've had to deal with so much action throughout every single one of these lobbies here today, and yet they're still managing to manifest these opportunities for themselves.
They're even so close to pick Garm and Demas, who are playing out with their minds, not just here, but all year long. And you can see the zone moving over towards Demons to free them and a bunch of other teams that are setting up. They're not necessarily going for high ground. They feel like they have enough surge to make that not necessarily a worry, but they're just trying to go over towards those mountains just in case we get one of those max pulls towards the west. Which I do like think it's 2, 3, 4 steps ahead, even though it's relatively early. The fourth zone, you sometimes, with the way this finals has been going, you want to prioritize the rotation and overall position.
Pigstar and Demas, they're just so central right now. They're not really feeling too much pressure to lead just yet. And they're also having to monitor Pixie, Vanya, Merias directly next to them. So it's not going to be an easy rotation just yet either. But Mr. Savage, Reason, they're trying to see what they can do up against the likes of Disco and Gadu. The striker might be looking to try and hold them down, but Reason, nice chunk of HP there. Gonna go missing from Gadu. Reason now on the ropes, so he's not going to be able to break away. Mr. Savage trying to provide coverage fire. Right side peek, a bit in his favor, but Kadu still relatively healthy in comparison to Savage.
He does have 6 different crash pads. He does have the Flowberry Fizz. But does he have the reboot card? Does he have a chance to get him? For Tisco and Kadu, they're in a very, very similar spot, but not as drastic. Only Striker is down. So they are going to be a duo in this situation, not too far away from the overall zone. So they too, if they have that reboot card, they can immediately move on over towards Ranger's Ruin to try to get that reboot back, and that's exactly what they want to do. Savage has no other choice but go the other direction towards Foxy's floodgates, which is good because now he has a chance for the reboot, but he's moving closer and closer to other teams while being almost 300 damage below the threshold.
But that's the problem. He's so low on his surge damage, and even with a successful reboot, hold that thought though. Pollo finally seeming to get a nice elimination here onto Kazi. And that kicking open the doorway. They need some kind of catalyst because they've had a fairly scrambly day so far.
Second time's the charm. Second time is the charm, but they're deep in the zone. Not a lot of heals. Phaser and King are both relatively low. You gotta hope they have something, but they have nothing. Phaser's gonna be the first one to drop. He didn't realize I cannot be the hero. I have to go. He has no heals either. Even though this is a 1-10, he has about 50 seconds on the clock to either find elimination or find any sort of heals, bandages, anything.
Oh man, Mustache doesn't realize what's behind him, but he is in. If he gets the jump onto Mustache, it could be very problematic still. He says Quizzy and Queasy. A good replenish, but Mustache knows it's cooked from this point. He can't press forward any longer. King does a battle later. Something down on the Mustache. I don't even know how he was the last one to do damage. He did not know where Mustache was, and even if he did, he wouldn't have gotten a siphon, but he had healed. Mustache being down. That leaves Queasy and Swincy with a decision. Do we go back in the zone? Do we get our teammate back up because no man left behind, or do we continue on as a duo? Right now, all I'm thinking about is what Roxy, Pablo, and Chino are getting up to, Jacob, because they're really starting to make a tear into this lobby. Got Disco. Slight pause here. They pick up Striker, bring him back into the mix. Not a whole lot of resources available for some of these teams that are hugging the outskirts right now. There's been so many hiccups across the way. But Cliffy, Yamzo, and his, they still managed to find their footing on the side of the mountain face of Canyon Crossing.
Yeah, now that's the position right next to Nada. That's the knock they got earlier.
c'est Tiki qui prend un kill, ça c'est pas bon du tout.
Good amount of surge. Now
Ouais,
they look
c'est Tiki
towards the
deuxième,
bottom
c'est...
side of that mountain. Balor, Mansour, and Adapter are the ones that are taking a lot of that focus, and they're inching closer and closer to Gabzera, Scarpa, and Way as well. Kanata knows and sees all the same things along with Rapid and Bolt if he is still there. And they're all kind of carving off the side of the mountain, just trying to take advantage of every team that's a little bit too slow to rotate.
It's just so dangerous to go for some of these half-bullet hits or window hits. You peek too long, you might find yourself getting picked off along the way. But right now, Marius, Pixie, Vanya, all they're focusing on is how to find the best success in this last lobby. Doesn't matter how you start, what matters is how you finish, and that goes for day one here at the Global Championship.
That's that crazy. Even though they're at the top of the leaderboard, they've taken more damage than they've dealt. But that just goes to show, like, how risky they're willing to play in order to get those eliminations, in order to be able to stay alive and build up that storm surge. As I see Art taking out Alex, Anon's gonna get taken down by School. Not sure OCE is still alive, but NA West trying to bring themselves back into this. Just by the looks of it, zone pulling so far away. Squeezy, Swizzy, they realize there's no chance to get Mustache back in the game, so we have to make our numbers count.
But without Mustache, Queasy recognizes, hey, we're gonna have to shift into gear and bring to light what kind of fragging capability I might actually be able to unleash with some of these other teams that are just doing everything in their power trying to play catch-up. You can never discredit what they might be able to accomplish, but actually Gino, Pablo lurking at the very bottom of it all. They've got so much surge already. They can play fully for positioning, but Cold, Ritual, Peterbot, they are looking rough right now. They still have a good chunk of resources to actually bring their HP back up, but they're still just in such a tight position, and no one is even backing down all day long. Teams have been openly embracing the fight between Cold and Ritual.
Yeah, drop spot aside, this is a game with the loot and the loadout that he has. You really have to make it count. Teddy Hvk and Panzer, 678 above the damage threshold. They may not know Resigns is getting ticked by Storm Surge, but if they were close by, they could probably hear the shields crack, as Victor B is close by as well. You see a couple of his teammates go down in the feed. I don't know if he's entirely a solo, but hey, it's Victor. Oh, well, no, that wasn't my fault. That wasn't my fault.
Okay.
He's doing a launch party upstairs. It's definitely Ozzy's fault.
For not much speed on the other end. He's actually got a glimpse of Queasy up in the
Voilà, la raquette est tombée, voilà, nickel. Voilà, voilà, ils ont pas de masse, ils ont pas de masse. Il faut les tuer maintenant, là, allez, on spam. Il y a 0 van, ils sont la zone, ils sont la zone. C'est n'importe quoi, ils ont pas de masse, ils peuvent pas la gérer. Voilà, on va mettre le spam. Oui, c'est moi, j'ai pas peur, allez Pablo, par pitié, Pantino. Il fait le contrat, si jamais, le contrat déjà eu.
The fact that Queasy and Swizzy are still alive, Jacob, it's still the potential for placement points to keep building.
Yeah, this is almost like a full circle moment, because remember, this is actually Pablo and Gino, the one that even took down Mustache in the first place and put him in such a rough spot overall, and they really haven't been able to recover from it since. Take a look at some of the action going down around the lobby. Kanata has taken matters into his own hand. The first knock, that was easy. The second one somehow was easier, and now Kanata's looking to capture that third elimination. And that's something big for them, because you can see he's all by himself, still taking pressure, still taking damage from all directions, and quickly running out of builds.
But if it resembles a shotgun, Kanata can still max it out, and that's all he's looking for. A couple of very physical at his disposal. Seti, rather weakened, but his trio mates still way too healthy. Panzer and Hvk can just overtake that first responsibility here. Panzer now holding down the walls. Polio, Aegis, Acorn directly underneath. The elevation shifts can be brutal, but for Gino, Pablo, and Verdace, all above it. They have no issues whatsoever, which is suppressing these lower teams.
This is a time right here to move up that level. Hopefully maybe even get into the top 5, especially being contested by not only Tayson, but as that fight ends, so many other teams moving over in that direction as well. Marius, Pixie, and Vanya, this is one of the teams that they have to potentially go through as well. As you're seeing, Vanya getting another elimination onto Mountain. That's their second one overall. 254 above the damage threshold. They're not focusing on taking any fights that they don't have to. Yamzo, Clicks, they both fall. Storm Surge is a huge thing that's taking them all out is the lobby. Now Acorn's pressuring in. Marius sees him coming from a mile away. He goes up and over, dunking on him yet again. Now it's him versus Royo. Marius back-to-back eliminations.
Sur le trio Poyo, il a fait un énorme boulot là.
He's just not slowing down anytime soon. Just continuing to barrel his way forward inside the mid-ground layers. Prodoxy following with height into control. I just don't see a way for anybody else to actually jump on anytime soon. And
regarde, je suis sûr que Peter Van c'est bien, il va aller jouer l'auteur. Après là, il est pas dans le avec ce trio. Ah non mais c'est la fille. C'est qui est tombé par contre, ouais. C'est très bien ça, c'est bien ça, ouais. C'est super, c'est déjà propose ça en plus. Ils sont là, c'est bien, on a bien. Ouais, 150 de max. Il ira beaucoup plus dur, déjà. Donc sur le bal de gauche. Aïe, c'est qui mort par contre, ça c'est bien. Sweezy, faut qu'il meure, parce que moi aussi, ils ont plus de match, les gars, allez, faut qu'il meure là, allez, jouez, allez, let's go, Hvk. Allez, oui, je l'ai pas fait. Mais les gars, tuez, allez, meurs. Les gars, il a pas joué, mais gros. Non, c'est pas possible. Pink a un HP qui a reçu le but, tu crois? Ouais, Pink a fort très bien. T'as pas fait mal écouté, non? Ils sont encore en train de prendre des points là, Sweezy. C'est dingue, les gars. Tiens là-bas. La fille qui est délayée, c'est ça va? Je sais pas, j'ai encore un tirage qui paraît ici sur table. C'est dommage pour un bébé de pitch. On a encore des équipes dans ce plus. Mais comment ils meurent pas à chaque coup? Je vais regarder pour ça.
Gino, Pablo, and Prodoxy still in the high ground. Swizzy and Queasy now working through ultimate low. This is a night and day difference for loadouts, but Swizzy still trying to bring it all together. He only has 5 bills, but he has to take a chance to heal, and Queasy picks it up where he left off. Eliminations on to Tisco now means that Queasy has some material to work with, and Marius, he's tarping his way through, but he might just run smack dab center into where Queasy is at. Not to mention Prodoxy, Pablo, Gino overhead.
This is a good moment for all the players down low. They're distracted up above, but not too distracted. They drop down. Surprise attack coming from above. Down goes Queasy. Pixie's gonna follow as well. Vanya's now by himself. He gets taken down by Gino. Pablo, Tino, they're the only two alive for the team from high ground to low. They're trying to take the fight to Demas, and that one is gonna be solidified. And a much-needed siphon comes in just in time. A 2v1 situation, and it's Pix. He's so far out of zone, and the last medkit has already been used. A last desperation attempt to make his way into the zone, and it does not work. Prodoxy, Pablo, and Gino take the game.
They knew that they were going to need an insane performance to close out the day. It's been a bit of a scuffle here, Jacob, but finding this victory royale in the final hour of day 1, that could be the ultimate difference maker, starting things off in day 2. First and foremost, though, we gotta see what they have to say.
Prodoxy, stand up for me, please. Cast your minds back to game 1, where you were quite frankly destroyed off spawn by Tayson. But after that, you managed to turn it around. So many reboots, and finally, the victory royale. How does that feel?
I mean, after 4-2 off spawn and getting third quite every game, it feels nice to finally get to play another game out.
And for you, in those final moments as well, is the communication in a busy venue like this on LAN coming naturally? What's it like?
I mean, it's a... repeat the question, please?
I'm just asking how the comms are going.
Yeah, we've had... Oh, I mean, yeah, the MA fans are nice to have here. It's a good... it's just good vibes, yeah.
Good vibes, good vibes. Choka.
Vibe, il vient de dire, vous mettez une très bonne ambiance, le public, merci beaucoup. I have a question for you. When you manage to have a lot of more victory royale, how will you do it?
Can you say it again?
How will you have more victory royale?
For us, it just depends all on the off-spawn. If we win off-spawn, we're gonna get a good game no matter what, basically.
S'ils gagnent tous ces contests, eh bien, ils vont tout gagner.
Gino, you've had some hero plays today. what is driving you and the team right now after some difficult starts?
I don't know, after this year in EU, my trio, I just feel like we're the best trio here and nothing can stop us.
So tomorrow, more victory royales to prove your domination.
For sure, for sure.
Well, congratulations, guys. One more time, Leon, please. Hvk-nytrox-rvg and Phronoxy! Let's head back to the desk.
Dude, we gotta give him a hand, right? I mean, come on. The final game of the day to get a victory royale in that fashion. And guys, 19 eliminations. What is happening?
Oh, it's ridiculous. It really shouldn't be allowed. I mean, you look at these guys earlier on when they won their first game off spawn, right? Obviously, Jason came out, you know, off the blocks hot, but then those guys won game 2 and they were being so aggressive. Yeah. And I was like, okay, they're trying to make up for lost time here. I mean, this was another example of that. These guys have this ability. If you watch EU over the past 2 seasons, you'll know they have this ability. But again, to have the hubris to do this at the Global Championships, like the biggest event of the year, just shows how confident they are in their ability.
So much confidence. They were the thorn in the side of so many teams inside of this lobby, and it's exactly how we expected them to play. I think they would have been a little bit disappointed as to how the off-spawn battles have been going, especially with the third parties coming in as well. Even when they're winning, there's teams coming in, making things really, really difficult for them. But this is the Phronoxy, Pablo, and Chino that we know. We know how great they can be in these final moments, and especially for Queasy's team, right? We saw how well they did, but Pablo, Chino, and Phronoxy, not only did they WQ them to eliminate Queasy initially, they also chopped them down from height, right, and made that crazy play to make that high ground take. And wow, this is exactly what we want to see, in a perfect end to day number 1 for them.
You could almost see the frustration from them, right?
Yeah.
They weren't even celebrating too tough because it was like they know, and Pablo alluded to it, like, if we weren't home, we'd be having these kind of games all the time, right? We might be a whole different type of competition had that been the case. So, you know, big up to these guys. Hope to see them sort of find some more momentum tomorrow.
That's right. So remember, this first 6 games, setting the stage, going into tomorrow's games, guys. I want to go to the top. Queasy, Murstaff, and Swizzy. I do not know how this continues to happen, right? But guys, it cannot continue to happen like this, can it?
It can.
It definitely can. I mean, looking at this, 521 points for Queasy, Swizzy, and Moustache. I mean, what I love, right? We talk about the victory royals. 3 victory royals, incredible on the day. Huge amount of eliminations. What I love, their ability to pick up the pieces, even when things don't go their way. We saw it in game number 1. They set up a hype really nicely. Everything was looking good. The zone doesn't fall their way. They said it in the interview afterwards. We got unlucky there. We'll look out for us in the next games. And what did they then go on and do? Unbelievable stuff. In that game, we saw, of course, very, very split. Queasy going down. Then they had to try and find
Il y a 3 Hvk qui sont dans le top 10.
The fact that Queasy and Swizzy were able to do so well in that game just shows they have everything that it takes to go all the way.
To me, that's actually the most important game. That's the game that if they go on to win the Global Championship, now you look back at that game and you say, this was it, right? Because truly, a lot of people will look at a lot of their performance today and go, 11, their game plan is so straightforward, right? You know, they're sitting up in that base at the hive. It's so easy for them. A lot of other teams can't do that, right? But they have a game like that one where the game plan gets interrupted. They can't do what they've been doing the previous 5 games, and they still find a way to deliver. Again, the makings of, you know, just an absolute goated team.
It sends a message, right, to the rest of the lobby. No matter what's going to happen, even if we get into fights, they have the ability to sort of disengage, dip from the fight, find reboots, have that gameplay IQ that we know that this team can do. But now, going into day number 2, if a team's a little bit lower down, this drop spot that they have at the Hive, right? They have the Queen there, they have all of that great loot. We've seen it be so successful for them. Will they get landed on? I'm not too sure, but that could be a problem.
And Levin, how many points back in last goal? How many points did Hvk go into day number 2 with?
Last year, after day 1, we were all sitting here going, wow, Hvk, man, these guys are going to go on to win the whole thing. They had about 440 points, right? These guys have 500 plus. These guys are rolling right now. I mean, 3 victory royals back to back to back. This is something we will talk about forever in Fortnite history in the context of, 1, they still have another day to just keep adding to that total, right? You know, like they can still get more and more wins, but the 3 games in a row, you know, it's just mental to me.
I mean, guys, we've got to hear from Queasy himself. Frankie is standing by right now to get his thoughts after the first 6 games.
The king of the high ground has joined me and Choco back in the player lounge. Queasy, last year it was day 2 where you had to make up the shortfall, but on day 1 you're sitting clear at the top of the leaderboard by 101 points. The question is, can you keep this up?
I hope so. I mean, I think we're gonna change a lot of stuff for day 2. Make sure our plans are perfect for like any sneak attempts and stuff like that. And we'll see tomorrow.
So the changes is not because the current game plan isn't working, it's because of the fact that now you know that there's a target on your back.
Yeah, I think so. But like, I mean, I feel like we're so far ahead that if people are like actually trying to land on us and do stuff like that, they just like griefing themselves more than us. Because I don't know.
Well, we haven't seen you contested yet.
Yeah, we haven't.
We will see.
We've seen the Major 2 and Major 3.
We have, but not on land.
And so you'll change maybe a few things, but are you confident for tomorrow that you'll keep your consistency during the games?
If we play our early and mid game the same, yeah, easily.
All right, so for your confidence is a key, or it's more training?
I mean, it's all practice. Practice makes perfect.
Looking at the lobby so far, who do you think is potentially going to be a threat, and who do you think could try and attack you tomorrow?
I don't know. It's half the lobby, but we'll see, I guess. I don't know. I guess going into it, I thought it was Vanya, but they're kind of like staying on low ground, so I think we're fine.
Last year, they were all about the high ground, but now they'll take what they can get, and they are coming up behind you, so we'll see tomorrow. Queasy, congratulations. Let's head back to the desk to close out day 1.
You know, one of my favorite things about Queasy is the fact that, like, even when you show up on the biggest stage that there is, and you win 3 games back-to-back, you're still ice cold. You know, you're still just calm, cool, and collected. I feel like if that's me and I just run that performance, I'm geeking, right? I'm freaking out, I'm excited, I'm trying to keep the emotions back, but I can't. But Queasy's like, hey, look, there's still 6 games tomorrow to go, Zeke. If I want to win this thing, I got to stay locked in.
First things first, you'll find any reason to geek out, Zeke. We know that. But most importantly,
on verra tout ça demain.
I don't think so. He knows that. Queasy knows that better. Queasy knows that better than anyone, right? He's had to go to the last game of Global Championships multiple times, so he will be locked and loaded.
Bon bah les gars, la World Cup, on verra ça tout demain. Du coup les gars, je vous propose de... Je vais à la douche. Et après, bah, je joue sur une game.
No, you can. Feel free.
I mean, we'd love to see it, right, as a neutral viewer, but I think for them, knowing Queasy, they would have prepped for that outcome, that possibility, right? They would have prepped every single possibility in that current off-spawn situation, so I don't think that'll bring them nerves at all. I think, you know, Queasy's both rating really, really well in that interview right there, and you need that from your IGL. I know you're saying, like, oh, I'd be going crazy, right? But, you know, you need that sort of calm force in the team, that calming nature that Queasy have is going to be so, so crucial. Like you said, it's all about that experience that he's had, maybe not doing so good, maybe getting ahead of himself after day number 1, that's now forming this sort of personality.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, ultimately we might be looking at our next global champions, and I'm okay. Queasy, you can continue to be like that. Be ice cold. Maybe we can finally get EU a title. I'm just kidding anyway. I'm Team EU, by the way, now. I've jumped ship. I'm on their side.
They're not letting you on the ship no more, man. The ship is long gone.
Board, and it's Zeke quite quickly.
Well, Fortnite fam, that wraps up day number 1 of the Fortnite Global Championships. Tomorrow we return with 6 more games. After those 6 games, we will know who will walk away as global champions. Tomorrow we'll be back, we'll set the stage, we'll get some more games, and we'll wrap up with some incredible Fortnite action. With that being said, as always, until tomorrow, we love you, keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
skin de zinzin qui vaut des milliers d'euros et tout. Et il m'a laissé tranquille. Merci à lui, merci à lui.
Eh ben, je viens d'annoncer que ça valait 2000 V-Bucks si jamais on t'éliminait, mon cher. Donc peut-être qu'il va revenir vers toi. Tu devrais faire gaffe.
Moi, je te 3000 V-Bucks si tu me l'élimines pas.
Ah ouais, ça fait des rançons carrément inversés.
Ah mais gros, t'essaies de m'avoir là.
Écoute, pour le moment, moi je vois du niveau. Alors, c'est pas du niveau incroyable, mais je me dis qu'à tout moment, ils peuvent quand même t'éliminer dans le hasard. Voilà. Et pour le moment, j'ai pas vu un gros concurrent.
En fait, le problème, c'est que tu mets un truc sur ma tête, mais le plus gros problème, c'est que je ne sais pas jouer. Je suis trop nul, je me prends tous les...
Ouais. Ouais, ok, vas-y. Ah. Ça va et toi, merci. Ah, ok. Mamie, viens voir. Regarde, c'est normal ça. Quoi? C'est un chat à vous. Ils ont Philippe. Les enfants de Nathan. Le chat à vous. Ça marche dedans, Nathan? Oui. Non. C'est normal que c'est vert. On a vu comment c'est vert, ça fait.
On a besoin encore d'anime.
Tu fais gaffe, Nathan, tu laisses sécher un peu, j'ai mal. Hein, je te donne un petit coup de serpillière, d'accord? Oui.
été blasé, les vacances c'est terminé. Mais t'as pas le choix, t'es obligé d'y retourner. Va falloir que tu bosses jusqu'au prochain été. Malgré que tu sois saoulé, je te kiffe malgré que tu sois saoulé. Ça y est, t'es blasé, les vacances c'est terminé. Mais t'as pas le choix, t'es obligé d'y retourner.
Ouais, allô Aaron? Allô?
Salut tout le monde, c'est Lolo les gars, j'espère que vous allez bien écouter, moi ça va très bien. Aujourd'hui les gars, toute nouvelle vidéo, car aujourd'hui les gars, on va essayer de faire top 1 sur Fortnite, mais qu'avec des armes exotiques de cette saison. Alors les gars, juste pour vous dire, en gros,
Mais il est parti où, Frissi? Je suis en live ou pas? Va voir. Ok. Ouais. Je pense qu'il va gagner. Ah bah j'espère Merstache les gars, c'est mon joueur préféré. Hein. Mais eux ils étaient en VIP. Hein. Ils étaient en VIP, ils vont pas ressortir par là je pense. Hein. Voilà, vous voyez des mecs? Je sais pas.
Bah, Aaron, active ton micro.
été blasé, les vacances c'est terminé. Mais t'as pas le choix, t'es obligé d'y retourner. Va falloir que tu bosses jusqu'au prochain été. Malgré que tu sois saoulé, je te kiffe malgré que tu sois saoulé. Ça y est, t'es blasé, les vacances c'est terminé. Mais t'as pas le choix, t'es obligé d'y retourner. Va falloir que tu bosses jusqu'au prochain été. Malgré que tu sois saoulé, je te kiffe malgré que tu sois. Le choix, t'es obligé d'y retourner. Va falloir que tu bosses jusqu'au prochain été. Malgré que tu sois saoulé, je te kiffe malgré que tu sois saoulé. Ça y est, c'est blasé, les vacances c'est terminé. Ça y est, t'es blasé, les vacances c'est terminé. Mais t'as pas le choix, t'es obligé d'y retourner. Va falloir que tu bosses jusqu'au prochain été. Se la pasan diciendo que soy mala, porque no me aguanto la de nada. Así vienes a mi cama, a mi cama. Se la pasan diciendo que soy mala, porque no me aguanto drama de nada. Así vienes a mi cama, a mi cama.
Eh Z, j'ai une blague à te raconter. Vas-y, raconte. Que dit une noisette quand elle tombe dans l'eau? Une noisette quand elle tombe dans l'eau? Je sais pas. Je me noie. Ça, t'as pas aimé? Z, allô? Eh Z, j'ai une blague à te raconter. Vas-y, raconte. Que dit une noisette quand elle tombe dans l'eau? Une noisette quand elle tombe dans l'eau? Je sais pas. Je me noie. Ça, t'as pas aimé? Z, allô? Eh Z, j'ai une blague à te raconter. Vas-y, raconte. Que dit une noisette quand elle tombe dans l'eau? Une noisette quand elle tombe dans l'eau?
Allô les gars? Bon allô? Ah je t'entends mal, ça me tilt. Attends. Bon allô Aaron? Il parle pas Aaron?
suis avec Aaron en vocal Discord.
Ok, y a pas moyen qu'ils rejoignent Fortnite vocal.
Fais une vocale Aaron ou un truc comme ça. Dépêche, dépêche. Dépêche. Allez. Écris une lettre Z, trou de balle.
Remets-les.
Oh, vite-le dans mon serveur au pire.
Vous vous mettez prêt ou?
Alors on va dans le vocal d'Alsace.
Vas-y.
Allô?
Ouais.
Rejoins le serveur Discord où je t'ai invité.
C'est ce que j'ai fait.
Et t'as vu, il y a un mec qui est en vocal là dans le jeu.
Ouais.
Et ben tu le rejoins, c'est lui mon pote.
Ok, ok. Ah voilà. Wallo. Wallo. Ah mince, ça passe pas, ça a ajouté tout seul. Bah d'accord, ma manette elle bug. Allô les gars, vous m'entendez? Allez-y. Attends les gars. Bon, allô. Ouais. Allô? Alors, allô? Attends, je monte ton son.
moi j'ai un gameplay de PS5 ou Switch normal, genre comme ça. Ouais.
Ouais, plein de gens rejoignent, on pense foutre sur la gueule.
Si tu veux. Oh, Lenny, si tu veux, regarde. Je vais déconnecter ma manette pro, je vais aller sur Switch. Genre, pas Switch, mais j'allais sur mon. Mes Joy-Con. Tu verras comment je suis chaud, mais je pourrais pas accélérer, tu verras.
Bon, vous quittez ou pas?
Ouais, j'avoue, là, ça devient long.
Moi, je me suis préparé, hein.
Si je le gagne, alors.
Oh, venez tous, c'est la vie.
Oh, allô?
J'arrive.
Ouais.
Venons le but tout le monde.
Vas-y, je quitte, les gars.
On est 10. Non, 9. Attends.
Les gars, attendez, les gars, je suis dans l'écran de chargement, c'est juste que ça prend trop longtemps.
Normalement, je suis pas dans la map.
Ça.
C'est bon, les gars, j'ai quitté.
Ouais, on est tel.
Oui, qui met la map?
Qu'est-ce que je raconte? Allô, Lolo, c'est pour les gros Lolo.
On est 8, ouais, non, je crois qu'on est pas tous sur la vidéo.
Oh, Hvk-nytrox, viens.
Quoi?
Solari, dans même pas 2 ans, il est pro.
Vas-y, j'arrive.
Même moins de 2 ans, moi.
Viens dans le lobby.
Non, t'es 1 an, moi, je dis.
On est tous au lobby parce que moi, je suis un gros Bambi. Elle était bien, cette blague était bien.
Ouais.
Je suis tourné au lobby parce que je suis un gros Bambi. Au lobby, parce que je suis un gros Bambi. Bambi. Au lobby.
Oh, ça va pour me partir.
Je suis dans l'écran de chargement, les gars.
Oh, oui, c'est let's go. En plus, j'ai mon monstre. Je sais que déjà, je vais même pas faire au moins un top 1.
Mais non.
Voilà.
C'est qui a pas mis prêt?
Ah, ben là, je suis dans l'écran de chargement, c'est bon. Non, je veux dire, préparation de téléchargement.
Ouais, Lenny, j'étais déjà un ami. Ouais, Lenny, t'avais déjà?
Les gars, c'est bon, les gars, je suis sur ma Joy-Con, mais j'ai bugué. Pas bugué, mais...
Wesh, Lenny. Ouais, mais pourquoi Lenny, il a plus le micro?
Je sais pas.
Oh, mais Lenny, il a plus le micro.
Oh, allô. Ah, si.
Lenny.
Est-ce qu'il est
Ouais, Lenny.
Ouais.
Et moi, c'est bien, je t'en ai mis. Bah, le casque de merde dans mes oreilles, il fait du c'est bon, ta mère, on se donne. Le casque aussi. Le casque, c'est de la merde, on peut l'avouer. Mais il fait. Mais wesh. Il fait ouais.
De quoi?
Non, Solari, fais pas celle-là. C'est pas celle-là. Ah, c'est
celle-là. Il est très spécial.
Solari, fais pas celle-là. Fais genre la danse où t'as avec des escaliers, tu danses là, tu fais boum boum comme si t'étais sur une moto. Ouais, voilà, celle-là. Elle est incroyable. Comme ça, des mecs qui savent déjà que bah après, Solari, est-ce que Pix c'est ton petit? Pixie c'est ton petit ou pas?
Allez.
Bah dis quoi, Kashi?
Petit, ça.
Si Pixie c'était ton petit frère.
Ah, ça m'a pas répondu. Ok.
De quoi, Pixie?
Ah, je crois que là c'est en train de me répondre, je suis pas trop sûr. Solaris, mais Solaris dans ce groupe, il fait top 1 avec une pioche, frère.
Faut pas abuser quand même.
Non, ça.
C'était pas avec ses pieds, ouais, je joue avec l'orteil.
Ouais, venez, on fait ça. Hein.
Oui. Non, mais j'aime pas les genres de...
Ça.
T'as capté.
Je décide de vous, frère.
Mais qui met la boxe PvP là? Ah, venez, on fait la boxe PvP au pire.
Ouais.
Non, j'ai pas eu de sandbox.
Aussi, allez, ça, les gars.
Bah, venez, on fait du.
Là, j'aurais pas de latence. Mais ouais, c'est qui? Gore. Il y a un mec dans mes amis, il s'appelle Gore.
C'est ta
Moi, il y a
maman.
quelqu'un dans mes amis, il s'appelle Cachier.
Et moi, mais dans l'ami, t'as un mec qui s'appelle Arracheur de Tana.
Gori, pourquoi tu m'invites depuis tout à l'heure?
Gori Wantamarano.
Pourquoi il m'invite depuis tout à l'heure, Gori?
Les gars, on en parle du nombre qu'on est par contre.
Oh, Gori.
Les PNL.
Oh, quitte ta partie, sinon tu sors. Oh, Gori.
Mais les gars, ouais, je décide.
Putain, il est chiant.
Là, bah là, trop de latence, j'arrive pas à jouer. On peut faire boxer, s'il te plaît. Cela reste, on peut faire box PvP, s'il te plaît.
Mais on fait cette map.
Ah, ça ok. Pas box PvP, mais ok. Au moins, elle a pas de latence. Si, un peu quand même, mais pas de latence.
Oh, t'en es pas là. Pourquoi l'autre qui part?
Mais excluez Gorgi là. Gori Watermelon. Ah bah il a quitté. C'est le Gorgi quoi.
C'est la rime. Il reste plus quoi.
Oh les gars. Qui connaît PNL?
Moi.
Hein?
Moi.
C'est quand la prochaine cup?
Les gars, je jure, il y a
la mélodie me
à
fait
part
du
cela.
bien. Je dis qu'est-ce que
Lâche ça, je vais te faire ce que tu fais, mon jeu.
Quoi?
Choupaka. Ah ouais.
J'ai fait une cesse. Ah putain, bah tu te fais laver, wesh.
Combien de là? Quand j'ai regardé, il était 32e. Hein.
Aujourd'hui, il y a eu des trucs pour la qualification.
J'ai vu la meuf dans les comptes monde.
Ah putain, bah tu t'es fait laver, j'ai
juré.
Elle est bonne sa mère,
Je vais vous mute les gars.
Elle est bonne sa mère, vous voyez la meuf en face du chargement d'écran. Elle est bonne sa mère.
Ah, on voit ça.
Ouais,
elle est bonne, frérot.
En 4
elle est bonne sa mère.
Kalinka, après sur ma liste, souris pas.
Montre-moi tes mains.
I want you. Il n'y a plus de batterie, pas d'hasard.
Les gars, vous aimez bien mon combo de skin ou pas?
Ah, je vais prendre la merde.
C'est qui l'aime bien mon combo? Qui trouve j'ai bête mon combo?
Bah moi.
Mon combo,
C'est bien.
la bâton.
Moi j'ai un mec, il a la pioche, wesh.
C'est la mort là qui.
C'est moi.
Attends, mais les gars, on
spawn tout le temps dans l'eau quand t'étais.
Voilà les gars,
tout le temps dans l'eau quand t'étais map de con.
Wesh. Wesh. What the Darok, on dirait qu'il a un aimbot, gros.
Bah oui, je connais. Bah y'en a, il a failli me laser, bah oui. Les gros, ça continue, des baisers, des choses comme ça.
Oui, mais wesh,
mais wesh, vous êtes pas gentil, hein. C'est pas possible ça.
Et y a pas de gentillesse sur cette map.
Combien j'ai abonné ou pas les gars?
Dans la merde.
Qui trouve j'ai abonné les gars? Nul. Bah frérot, j'en ai quand même, j'ai quand même vidé un chargeur sur un gars, ça rappelle une base.
Attention Nitrox, allez.
Merde, j'avais...
Il y a un mec qui m'a mis crack, hein.
La goba. Mais où tu vas?
Nitrox.
Ah.
T'as livré dans la goba. À toi, tu me donnes la goba. Tu vas très seul, pourquoi tu prends des carottes?
Ah. What the fuck?
T'as vu, il a une hymne de baiser.
Dans la goba, au final, mon pote. Tu vas très seul, pourquoi t'as pris des carottes? Oh les gars,
non mais zone de con.
Gros, faut c'est bien écrit ça. Mais où? Eh ben si c'est bon.
Ah mais ouais. Frère,
parisienne.
Bon bah au moins j'ai fait top 3 hein. Il est beau hein.
Oh qui connaît le pas?
Moi je connais ouais.
Dans la map. Mais
ah et toi arrête de parler là.
En vrai, c'est plus drôle, il y a plus de monde là. Surtout toi. Yanni.
Il y a un truc de plus, il y a un petit truc à plaisir.
Oh le crash pad, je sais même pas moi qui l'avais posé.
Quoi?
Oh, ils ont dit c'est moi.
Non, non, c'est chaud.
Quoi?
C'est le nom du groupe sur les records. Le streaming de...
Ça y est, arrêtez-moi bêter un peu les gars. T'as vu? Et le gars au high là, arrête.
Wesh. Mais wesh. Frère, je vais faire une extend qui spawn dans ma box.
Eh bien, ils l'ont eu chaque publié sur internet, l'école de l'éthicène de monde en France, la presse sans flamme, jusqu'aux États-Unis, où les frères aussi de la pub d'une célèbre revue.
Eh ouais.
Oh non.
Qu'est-ce que je disais?
Oh my god, aujourd'hui on teste les nouveautés de chez Smash & Shake.
Laisse ton son, s'il te plaît.
Il t'entend pas.
La vie, la zone, elle est méchante. Mais oui, mais c'est trop. C'est mon truc de merde. Non, faut changer la map, c'est bon. C'est pas faut changer la map, mais faut faire un autre détail avec la map. Eh frère, c'est mon détail de merde. On doit faire 10 000 constructions comme ça là.
Mais je connais, je sais, j'en fais
10 000 constructions, on doit faire juste pour monter une putain de colis de
on est mettre.
Oh, ça pète les couilles, c'est ça, c'est genre du truc.
Tu
vas?
Ah ouais.
Oh oui, pardon.
54 points. Attends, mais Solarine, t'as 54 points là.
Oui.
C'est trop.
Putain, mais c'est trop ce mec. J'en ai 14, frère.
Qui m'attaque là? Je l'ai fallu ou pas?
Wesh, j'étais pas prêt.
Vas-y. Allez, bonne chance tout le monde.
C'est pas...
Ouais, c'est quoi ce truc de bot là? C'est qui le skin noir?
Wesh. Ah oui, gros, c'est une dinguerie. Il vient comme un hamster. Dingue de venir comme un hamster comme ça, wesh.
Avec qui on vient encore?
Mais après c'est ta
Sertox tu gagnes, hein. T'as intérêt à gagner. Hein.
T'inquiète.
Je te regarde. Hein.
Eh oui, ça voilà, maintenant ils tirent tous dessus. Oh c'est dingue, il ne faut que ça. C'est dessus là, tout le temps. C'est bon.
Vraiment, carbone, des petits oignons à l'intérieur. Le burger est pas du tout sec, il y a vraiment pas mal de verdure.
Non. Oh putain de sa mère.
C'est pas la FCS.
Oh putain, mais wesh. De toute façon, je vais même pas pouvoir tenir la hauteur. Hein.
Mais frère, mais oh c'est chiant.
Je sauterai pas si je serais toi.
Mais wesh là.
Tu poses un sol et tu mets un matin.
Mais...
Tu restes appuyé sur lui.
Non mais c'est une dinguerie.
Tu peux faire juste appui. Hein.
Ça glisse tout avec le friction de couille en regardant de fou, mais je sais pas la chose. Peut-être des 8 sur 10. On les a fait deux.
Mais wow.
Putain, mais j'avais 0 de maths, frère. Il a 10 HP en face. Hein.
Vas-y frère.
Kakashi, garde ton
escalade. Ça veut pas escalader ce bébé, putain, pas de ça.
Il fait comme si tu serais en finale des CS.
Si tu meurs.
Nytrox, t'es en finale des CS, t'as compris?
Ah, vas-y.
La folle.
« 39 points.
J'en ai 20.
Je peux pas edit.
Moi aussi je peux plus edit. Ah si je peux plus.
Toi. Comme la petite profil.
Hein?
Non,
quelle palette? Non, j'ai pas de palette.
ATM.
Ouais,
pas edit.
Il y a un mec qui m'a donné un pad gratuit, merci. Donne des pads gratuits, les laisse au sol comme ça.
Vous êtes tous sur moi.
T'as vu, c'est chiant.
Oh, j'aurais pu te mettre la balle, frère.
Des fois, ils étaient à 4 sur moi. Sans pitié. Là, je vais rentrer par là.
Toi, t'as encore de la chance. Toi, tu peux fuir quand tu veux, mais moi, il y en a un qui arrête pas de me spam depuis toutes les games. C'est attends,
non, mais moi aussi.
Gros, je me fais spam que pour lui pendant toutes les games. Gros, je peux même pas survivre. Attends, je te sais qui. C'est Aizen.
Non, mais non, arrête de faire la technique des cônes.
Quoi?
Non.
Ça va.
Et combien de points?
J'en ai 21.
Moi, du flat.
22. Qui fait des cônes dans la map là?
T'inquiète.
Et ouais. Putain. J'ai trop d'amis.
Je me rappelle plus ton niveau. Ça doit être possible. Tu me battais
Pourquoi
pas.
il y en a, il fait que spammer quand on en fait, t'es chiant.
Surtout j'ai encore pris du niveau.
Là, j'ai repris. Il est trop chiant, des choses comme ça.
Bah, vas-y. J'ai pas mis une balle. Les balles, c'était de l'eau.
Ouais. Solari, là, il a...